How have you been braced for that environment? Because this will be your first trip to Philadelphia.
Yeah, I don't really know what to expect. I've heard a lot. Coach talked about it when he was playing back in Dallas. That's a rivalry. I feel like Dallas, Philly is a big rivalry, so he might have got the, short end of the stick being in Dallas, but I still feel like, Detroit, we're kind of in the NFC race right now with them. I'm excited. I'm, expecting everything. There's not one thing that I'm probably not expecting, but I can't wait to get out there and see the fans. One of my good buddies, Craig, is from Philly, so he talks a lot about it, and so I'm ready to see.
Any smack talking with the fans you anticipate?
I'll anticipate them smack talking, but I'll keep it down low. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see.
Yeah.
Biggest challenge when you go and take on the defending Super Bowl champions?
I think just doing whatever it takes to win. They're a good team. Their offense is powerful. They got guys on offense that can make plays, that can score at any point. Their defense is, one of the best in the league. So I think it's going to be a heavyweight matchup. I can't wait for it. I know the players can't either. We can't, they can't. It's going to be awesome.
Now let's send it to Mark Ryan for the opponent scouting report.
Thank you, Danny and Amon-Ra. For a franchise that took the brunt of abuse from the rest of the NFL for quite a few decades, the sudden adulation must come as somewhat of a shock. After all, the Lions now have greater viewership per game. 22.5 million people in America watch every Lions game than any other team in the NFL. Prides of Lions fans drench every opposing stadium in Honolulu blue, and Detroit has yet another date on the marquee this evening. NBC's Sunday Night Football, one of 8 nationally televised games the Lions play this season, second most in the NFL. From geek to chic, Dan Campbell's Lions belong on this lofty stage through shrewd ownership, excellent management, and coaching that is completely bought into. I'm Mark Ryan, and welcome to the pregame show. Scouting the Opponent is brought to you by Femininio Law. Go to davidgetpaid.com. The NFL season is best described as a war of attrition. Lions fans would be the first to say they find themselves in too many wars. Last season, at different times, 10 different players out at the same position, defensive line, and 22 players out overall. This year, sadly, the injury bug is biting again, with Lions fans praying they won't leave an indelible mark on the season. Out for today, and I'm sorry to do this, cornerback Terrion Arnold, edge Marcus Davenport, offensive lineman Miles Frazier, safety Kirby Joseph, tight end Sam Laporta now on IR, Josh Paschal edge, DJ Reed cornerback, Malcolm Rodriguez coming back, though slowly but surely, at linebacker. 3 of Detroit's 4 regular secondary starters unavailable. Your Pro Bowl tight end out for the foreseeable future. And the offensive line is in such a state of flux that even the backups are banged up. Contrast that with Philadelphia and only 1 player listed as questionable, and you grasp the brutal hand that Detroit has been dealt. But ironically enough, this is when the Lions always seem to be at their best, finding a way when the chips are down and everyone is counting them out. Just like our city, rising from the ashes and beaming with pride despite a national narrative that is largely against us. Count us out. Count this team out at your own peril. For Philadelphia, the reputation doesn't match the results. Reputation, ground and pound, and Saquon Barkley's dynamism. Reality, second in rush offense last year, 22nd this season out of 32 teams. A year after rushing for over 2,000 yards, Saquon Barkley is averaging just 3.9 yards per carry, one of 4 running backs to average less than 4 yards a rush. Reputation, Philadelphia will maul and suffocate you defensively. Reality, last year's number 1 overall defense is 18th this year and not particularly good at anything. They're 19th against the run and 14th against the pass. Not everything is as it seems in the final season of the brotherly shove. That's my prediction. It's not going to exist next year. And while Lions coach Dan Campbell knows his pride is going to get Philadelphia's best shot and acknowledges all of the injuries, the captain is brimming with confidence in his replacements, namely tight end Brock Wright.
Brock's there again. Brock's the guy we don't talk a lot about, but, he's the jack of all trades, man. He does everything for us, pass protect, run block. He can run some routes. He plays special teams. He's one of the most dependable players we have on this team. And, at the end of the day, you know what you really need in the tight end position is versatility and smarts. And he's got both of those. And he's tough. I mean, so he checks a lot of boxes of a well-rounded tight end. And so that is always going to make me feel a lot better, feel less offensively, feel a lot better.
Now, Campbell shocked millions when he was spotted with readers on, calling the plays last week. Jamison Williams says he appreciated being more involved and adds there was a polish last week that was missing from previous games.
It felt good, with the play calling being so much smoother, going out there and just being free and playing. That was a good thing for us. We converted, had a lot of explosives on our end. Shout out to the defense. They got us the ball a lot of times, and we just scored on our possessions. Executing is the main thing. So, that was the main thing. We just went out there and executed.
J-Mo went over 100 yards receiving last week. Dan Miller sits down with Tim McManus, ESPN's Philadelphia Eagles NFL Nation reporter, coming your way next, right here on the Detroit Lions Radio Network.
PC Richard & Son offers the ASEMA lease-to-own program to help you take home the products you love. ASEMA gives you shopping power without using credit, plus easy lease renewal payment options. This holiday season, apply for the ASEMA lease-to-own option, and you can get started with just $1 to start your lease. That's right, lease-to-own appliances, electronics, and mattresses that you want and need for just $1 to start your lease. PC Richard & Son. Family owned and operated for 116 years.
ASEMA offers lease-to-own transactions. This is not an offer for a loan, credit, or financing and is not a credit transaction. Approvals require review of consumer reports and not all applicants will be approved. Eligible items only. $1 to start your lease offer valid on new lease agreements from November 5th through December 29th. $1 pays for the initial rental period and does not reduce the total cost to own. Ownership is optional. Participating locations only. Visit pcrichard.com/asema.html for details.
On this podcast, Incels, we unpack an emerging mindset.
I am a loser. If I was a woman, I wouldn't date me either.
A hidden world of resentment, cynicism, anger against women.
At a deadly tipping point.
Tomorrow is the day of retribution. The day in which I will have my revenge.
This is Incels. Listen to Incels on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Incels and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Quality. Use a lead-reducing water filter if your home has or may have lead plumbing, a lead service line, or faucets older than 2014. Keep water moving with everyday activities like laundry, dishes, or showers. Before drinking or cooking, run your tap until water is cold. Clean faucets, aerators every 6 months. Learn more at michigan.gov/getaheadoflead. A message from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services and the Michigan Association of Broadcasters.
Are your paid search campaigns struggling to drive real growth? Viant helps you reach more of your audience right where they're watching. Streaming TV. Get started today at ViantCTV.com.
Choice Hotels get you more for your money so you can maximize any road trip. Let's get real close to hear the maximum sizzle of Comfort Inn's free hot breakfast. Maximized. Check into more. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
If you own a business, chances are you pay your light bill because you want people to see that you're open.
So why wouldn't you look at advertising your business the same way?
At Cumulus West Michigan, we spend hours keeping Michiganders engaged. So doesn't it make sense to entrust your advertising with a station that has everybody's attention?
The Ticket
found a redshirt freshman from Cincinnati, took a medical red shirt.
And our 8 stations connect you with nearly 250,000 weekly adult listeners.
Plus, we're digital experts too, working with over 4,000 local campaigns with unique capabilities. So, you know the return on your investment. Go to theticketmi.com/advertising and learn how we can help.
If you're a local business, we want to partner with you. Nobody knows West Michigan better than us.
Better get an extra phone line. We will make that phone ring.
We'd love to build your business through endorsements.
Go to theticketmi.com/advertising to learn more.
If you're in need of a marketing partner that wants the best for your business, choose Cumulus West Michigan.
Welcome back to NFL Sunday.
The Buccaneers and the Bills, both 6-3, both multiple-time division winners, and both in need of a victory today as they met at Highmark Stadium. Tampa Bay had lost 2 of their last 3 games coming in. Buffalo had lost 3 out of their last 5, and the offense had kind of turned off. Well, this turned out to be the game of the day today. There were 9 lead changes in this one as Josh Allen and Baker Mayfield battled back and forth. For Josh Allen, though, he found a little something today that pointed back toward the MVP year last year.
3 receivers to the left, Cook to the right of Allen in the shotgun here on 2nd and 4. Allen,
who is so motivated not only to make the Hall of Fame, but also to make an impact on the team so the team can hit the heights that it needs to hit in order to get to another Super Bowl. Once you understand his motivation and you recognize, how revered he is in the locker room, you understand that even though it feels like it's trembling at times, that it doesn't feel like something that's going to totally undo what's happening here in Philadelphia.
Big picture, do you have a feel, is this a better team than the one last year? Do you still say, I need some more time to see where this thing goes?
Yeah, I wouldn't put them in that class quite yet. And the defensive side of the ball is really where I have my eye trained, because for most of the year they haven't been that exceptional, but they had the trade for Jaylen Phillips right before the deadline, and you saw on Monday night against the Packers that front 4 really affect the game. They were able to take it over, disrupt Jordan Love, and that changes the total trajectory. With Vic Fangio, he doesn't like to blitz a whole lot, but he was a little bit out of character earlier in the season, had to dial up more blitzes than normal. Now he gets to go back to that 4-man rush, and you saw in a Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, as an example, that front 4, if it's wreaking havoc, they got the talent on the back end to really make you pay for it. So it looks like they're starting to develop on that side where I can see them being championship level, but still some questions on both sides of the ball that still have to get answered between now and February.
Yeah, so Tim, my question to you is Philadelphia's ranked 30th in pass attempts. Is that a byproduct of them trying to run the ball? Or I kind of hear that Jalen Hurts doesn't want to put it up in harm's way. So what is it? Is it the run game that they want to get to, or is it just Jalen trying to take care of the ball?
There's a little bit of both happening there, but I will say that Jalen has been very conservative when it comes to passing. If you look, they only have 4 turnovers on the season. That is the fewest at this point in the season in their franchise's history. And it's worked out really well for them in the fact of they're winning these close games. They're 6-1 in one-score games right now, kind of playing it a little bit close to the vest, relying on the defense and smart decision-making on the offensive side of the ball to get it done. And particularly against zone is where you see it. So man-to-man, which Detroit plays a lot of, that's where Hurts is really good, seeing those outside one-on-one matchups, feeling very comfortable getting it to A.J. Brown. But once teams start zoning them up, then you see a more conservative version of Hurts. And we have a ground game so far that hasn't got going like it did last year. So in some degree, they're trying to be the same team, being ground-based, but they're just not having the same results.
Let's drill down on that for a second, and I say this with the absolute recognition that he could come out and have a game tonight because that's who he is. But where do you see Saquon Barkley right now? Because the numbers say he's not where he was last year.
No question. The offensive line also hasn't been its dominant self. They've been dealing with their share of injuries, which has factored into the overall operation. And also, defenses, as we know, they adapt in this league. And so they figure out different ways to combat you. And if there has to be counter moves to that, which maybe the Eagles haven't been quite as efficient as they'd like to be through the first half of the season. But, every time you talk to Saquon, he's like, I'm still the same guy. I still have the juice. And I believe that. You just haven't seen it quite as much. But to your point, it can happen at any moment.
Yeah, and Vic Fangio, the defensive coordinator, just doing a nice job. A lot of little moving parts here, bringing in Jaylen Phillips, now getting Nolan Smith back. How do you see the defense at this point of the year right now?
Yeah, it's really starting to come on. And I would also look at the return of Nakobe Dean. So he was out with that torn patellar tendon, having to rehab from that. And since he's come back, you could really see the run defense in particular get much more efficient. And so I see them really rounding into form. They have a good young secondary. Cooper DeJean is awesome. I mean, you see him patrolling the middle of the field as that nickel corner, and that's going to be a great matchup. Amon-Ra St. Brown against Cooper DeJean. Let's go. I mean, this is a really good defensive secondary against, obviously a high-powered offense in Detroit. It's going to be a lot of fun.
For all the people that watch you guys and wonder how you make all these trades and how they're able to do it, will there ever come a point where the salary cap comes up and bites the Eagles? Is there any sort of stop sign down the road for them?
There's a lot of predictions of that, and yet Howie Roseman finds ways to, make people eat their words. He's very good at taking a long-term approach. The owner and Jeffrey Lurie enables that, so he doesn't seem to have any fear of his job ever. So there's other GMs that are operating on a week-to-week basis or a year-to-year basis, and Roseman gets to look, 5 years down the road. And I think that helps when you're getting draft capital and building that up, and then all of a sudden you have this plethora of third-round picks. You get to the trade deadline, it's like, I'll give you a third round for Jaylen Phillips, no problem, because I got a couple already in the holster. So I think it's a really good operation from that respect, and the salary cap seems to keep going up. So as long as that continues to happen, I think the Eagles are in decent shape.
They've done a terrific job at developing players as well, and that is cost effective. Let's get to the keys to the game, brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Confidence is key when it comes to your healthcare coverage. Just some of the things you're watching in this game that may give us an indication of how it's going to go.
Yeah, well, number one, let's see if A.J. Brown gets going. I think that obviously has been the focus here in Philadelphia.
Are we looking at like 9 targets tonight? Are we looking at one of those nights?
It could be, especially because, with Detroit having a banged-up secondary, can that offensive passing game get going for Philadelphia? And then, obviously, with Goff, when he gets disrupted as a passer, when he's pressured versus not, I was looking at those numbers this week, and it's just insane. I mean, we're talking about an 86% completion rate when he has a clean pocket, and that dips all the way down to 50% when he's pressured. So let's see how he does with a little wind out here in this environment. Against a good front four. Just really fascinated to see how that matchup plays out.
I think you touched on it, too. You guys are so good with the football. Philadelphia has protected it. If one of these teams was to have a game where they turn it over a couple times, that could be huge tonight.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's going to be one of those, classic physical games. We know that Dan Campbell is wired that way, and so are the Eagles under Nick Sirianni. And I was talking with defensive tackle Jordan Davis this week, and he said, we plan on fighting fire with fire. So it's going to be one of those bruising matchups, possible NFC Championship preview. What else can you ask for?
That's awesome. Good stuff. Tim McManus, ESPN, covers the Eagles, does a great job. We appreciate it. Thank you for the time.
Pleasure. Yeah,
all right, good stuff, man. Tim McManus joining us right there. We'll take a break, come right back. Much more coming up. We're glad you're with us. You heard it. This is a heavyweight battle, and we're great. Looking forward to having it, and we're about a half hour from kickoff. This is your home for Detroit Lions football.
Every action-packed game, every game-changing play, every pulse-pounding thrill. Now's the time to catch it all at MGM Grand Detroit. Feel the energy as the game unfolds. Savor every moment with food, drinks, and fandom. There's no better place to experience the next best thing beyond the real thing. Your seat is waiting at the BetMGM Sports Lounge and Tap Sports Bar. Only at MGM Grand Detroit. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER for confidential help.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community. People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross, we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today. Tired of tossing and turning? Imagine melting into the perfect night's sleep this Black Friday. Make that dream a reality with the Serta Black Friday sale. Right now, get unprecedented savings on the Serta mattress you've been waiting for. Save up to $925 on select iComfort and Perfect Sleeper models. That's luxury comfort without the luxury price tag. But hurry, this offer only lasts for a limited time.
time. Don't let your best sleep slip away. Visit Serta.com. That's Serta.com. Or visit your local authorized Serta retailer today.
Pizza eaters, pay attention. Right now, my favorite, Hungry Howie's, is offering 51% off any large, original, or thin crust pizza. Those are the round ones, by the way. The classics. All the toppings or a minimalist approach of classic cup pepperoni. It's your call. Me? I want original crust with pep, extra cheese, jalapenos, and Italian herb crust. Don't forget that free flavored crust. This deal is online only, so pull up HungryHowies.com, order a large round pizza for carryout for 51% off, and thank me later.
Hungry
Howie's!
This is injury attorney David Femininio. When you're injured in an accident, you want to get your life back. To get someone that listens and to get someone who will fight for more. Get David, get paid isn't a slogan. It's a promise to take care of you. So if you get injured in an accident, you need to call me at 855-65-CRASH or go to my website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com.
DR Trailer is having a really big sale.
It's the Haul More, Pay Less summer sales event at Dr. Trailer.
That's DR Trailer.
We don't care what you call us, just call us.
Save big at DR Trailer in Milan.
The Detroit Lions pregame show on the Detroit Lions Radio Network.
It is time for your NFL preview segment brought to you by BetMGM. Own your moment. Make it legendary. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Well, what a week 11 of National Football League action we have had. Kicking us off today, the Madrid game, somewhere new in Europe every single week. It was none other than the Miami Dolphins improving to 4-7, kind of sticking a fork in the Commanders' season, 16-13 in overtime. Marcus Mariota in for the injured Jaden Daniels, who was only out because his own coach left him in to dislocate an elbow when they trailed by 30 a couple weeks back. Marcus Mariota, 20 for 30, 213 yards, and a touchdown through the air. It was the San Francisco 49ers on a record-setting day, not for them, but Cardinals QB Jacoby Brissett completed 47 passes, now an NFL record, breaking that set by one Jared Goff. San Francisco improves to 41-22. Would you believe that as we sit here right now, the Lions are the 7th seed in the NFC playoffs? That is crazy to think. The Ravens improved to 5-5 on the year, and as Jenny Hoynatsky acutely pointed out, if the playoffs began today, neither the Ravens nor the Chiefs would be in it. We'll tell you why on Kansas City side momentarily, but this game featured a beautiful mock tush-push with Mike Andrews fake going around the end, the entire conglomerate in the middle, no one there on the outside. Mark Andrews rushes for his first career touchdown, and a 13-0 fourth quarter for Baltimore sees them to that 23-16 victory. Oh, my goodness gracious. The Kansas City Chiefs fall to 5-5, 1-4 away from Arrowhead. The kick that they blocked a year ago, you might remember, Denver was lining up to beat them with a 33-yard field goal. Last year it was blocked, and the Chiefs won 16-14. This year it was not, and the Broncos win 22-19. Denver is 9-2. How are you, Mile High fans? And the Chiefs, well, back to the drawing board, and now that run, that dynasty is very, very much in jeopardy. Carolina found their way to Atlanta and earned a 30-27 victory. A game that saw the oft-injured Michael Penix Jr. injured again. Kirk Cousins came in. Kirk Cousins played well, but it wasn't good enough. The Buffalo Bills, essentially with myself and Jenny lining up at wide receiver, literally everyone injured. They hung 44 points on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to win 44-32. Josh Allen put on his cape, and unfortunately that's really the only ace card that Buffalo has. He went 19 for 30, 317 yards through the air, and 3 touchdown passes. It was the Texans coming back to beat the lowly Tennessee Titans 16-13. Davis Mills still in for C.J. Stroud. Very solid outing, 26 for 41, 274 through the air. Just about every NFC North result was exactly what the Lions did not want today. The Vikings, J.J. McCarthy, came back. Credit to him. Did not have a good game throwing the football. 16 for 32, 2 interceptions. but he came back through the touchdown pass that would have won a game, if not for a heroic Chicago Bears kickoff return that already had them in field position, and then it was Santos who won it from 48 yards out.
Snap is back. Hold is good. Sweeps the right leg. Cairo Santos is up. He's gone! Gone! Gone from 48! Cairo Santos mobbed on the Viking logo. Bears win it 19-17.
Ben Johnson's Chicago Bears are 7-3. 7-3 teams have an 88% chance to make the playoffs. Impossible to have predicted. How about Green Bay and the Giants? Well, late in the fourth quarter, New York led it 20-19, but all year long, all they've done is find ways to lose. They did it yet again. Christian Watson from 17 yards out. Jordan Love, the late connection with 4 minutes to go.
A shotgun snap to Love. He bobbled for a moment, now lost it. Right side of the end zone. Watson leaping grab. Oh, sensational touchdown catch. Christian Watson. My, oh, my, oh, my.
The Steelers, no problem at all with the hapless Bengals, 34-12. Joe Flacco, 23 for 40 for $1.99 there. Jacksonville rebounding in a major way, 35-6. Trevor Lawrence with his most efficient game of the season. Liam Cohen finding that the best way to win, don't let Trevor make mistakes, threw just 22 times today. And it was the Rams winning 21-19, 2 close dubs over the Seahawks this year, a 61-yard field goal from Seattle to win and grab the division lead at the gun, went wide right. Sam Darnold, 29 for 44, but count them, 4 interceptions in this game. That's a look at your NFL action for Week 11. This segment is brought to you by Wallside Windows, Michigan's leader in replacement windows for over 80 years. Coming up next, it's the two Dans, Dan Miller with Dan Campbell, right here on the Detroit Lions Radio Network.
PC Richard & Son offers the Acima lease-to-own program to help you take home the products you love. Acima gives you shopping power without using credit, plus easy lease renewal payment options. This holiday season, apply for the Acima lease-to-own option, and you can get started with just $1 to start your lease. That's right, lease-to-own appliances, electronics, and mattresses that you want and need for just $1 to start your lease. PC Richard & Son. Family owned and operated for 116 years.
Acima offers lease-to-own transactions. This is not an offer for a loan, credit, or financing and is not a credit transaction. Approvals require review of consumer reports and not all applicants will be approved. Eligible items only. $1 to start your lease offer valid on new lease agreements from November 5th through December 29th. $1 pays for the initial rental period and does not reduce the total cost to own. Ownership is optional. Participating locations only. Visit pcrichard.com/acima.html for details.
On this podcast, Incels, we unpack an emerging mindset.
I am a loser. If I was a woman, I wouldn't date me either.
A hidden world of resentment, cynicism, anger against women.
At a deadly tipping point.
Tomorrow is the day of retribution. The day in which I will have my revenge.
This is Incels. Listen to Incels on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Incels and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Cisco was a chance to get their quarterback back today. Brock Purdy had last played in Week 4. Mac Jones had played well as his replacement. But with Purdy back, everything, if you're San Francisco, feels a little bit better, especially if your name is George Kittle.
Shotgun snap, 5-man rush for Purdy. Steps up into the pocket, throws a deep ball downfield. Kittle makes the catch over the shoulder. Near pile on into the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers.
Justin Allegri, the 49ers radio flagship, KNBR 680 in San Francisco. It was one of 3 touchdown passes Purdy threw today, 2 of them to Kittle. Do you know that the 2 of them are the second highest total of quarterback to tight end touchdowns in Niners history? Purdy hadn't been there that long. Niners win at a cakewalk today, 41-22 the final. Kittle 6 catches, 2 of them, as we said, go for scores. And Christian McCaffrey had more than 100 yards total today and 3 touchdowns as San Francisco improves to 7-4. Jacoby Brissett did something amazing today. He threw for a career-high 452 yards, but he completed 47 out of 57 passes. That's an NFL single-game record for completions. Still didn't stop the losing, though, for Arizona. They fall to 3-7. We come back, we'll run down all of today's scores, and we'll get you set for Sunday Night Football. You're listening to NFL Sunday on Westwood One.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Winding it down on NFL Sunday, let's take a look at the scores from Week 11. The Patriots started it on Thursday night, continuing their winning streak as they beat the New York Jets 27-14. In overtime day, in Spain for the first time, Dolphins knock off the Commanders 16-13. A walk-off field goal for the Panthers in Atlanta today. They win by a score of 30-27. Big day for Josh Allen. Bills beat the Buccaneers in Buffalo 44-32. It was the Jaguars shocking the Chargers, blowing them out in Jacksonville today 35-6. Bears get a walk-off field goal in Minnesota. They knock off the Vikings 19-17. Packers beat the Giants in New York 27-20. Steelers 2 defensive touchdowns. They beat the Bengals 34-12. Texans get a walk-off field goal to beat the Titans in Tennessee 16-13. 49ers a win in the desert against the Cardinals 41-22. It was the Rams surviving the Seahawks in LA 21-19. Ravens beat the Browns 23-16. And the Broncos get a walk-off field goal from Will Lutz. They beat the Kansas City Chiefs 22-19 the final. That's going to do it for Week 11 of NFL Sunday here on Westwood One. Tonight's show sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Working our way towards Sunday Night Football. The producer of NFL Sunday is Nick Pope. Production assistance provided by Corey Spector. Coordinating producers Aaron Cummins and Brian Finkelstein. The executive producer is Mike Eby. The senior vice president of sports for Cumulus Media and Westwood One is Bruce Gilbert. Stay tuned. Sunday Night Football, Detroit at Philadelphia, is next on most of these same stations. I'm Scott Graham. Thanks for joining us. From Westwood One, this is NFL Sunday.
WJRW Grand Rapids, W291DJ Grand Rapids, a Cumulus Media station, is the ticket, West Michigan.
The following is a presentation of Westwood One Sports. If it's the NFL, it's on Westwood One.
High formation behind Jarrett. He turns, hands it to Gibbs, running right, runs through a tackle, gets down to the 10, Gibbs to the 5, still fighting down to the 2, down to the 1, to the end zone. Yes. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. He did not quit.
Fake to Bigsby, back to pass. Hurts goes long, arching spiral down the middle, leaping catch at the goal line. Touchdown, Devontae Smith. Beautiful throw, heavily covered, a 36-yard strike.
Now it's time for Sunday Night Football. Let's head to the stadium and join Ryan Radke and Ross Tucker.
Welcome to Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia for Week 11 of Sunday Night Football as the 7-2 Philadelphia Eagles host the 6-3 Detroit Lions. Tonight's broadcast of the National Football League on Westwood One is sponsored by Wrangler, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by Granger, by Liberty Mutual, and by the official NFL app. Hi, everybody. I'm Ryan Radke along with Ross Tucker. Scott Graham will join us shortly from our Westwood One studios. Well, we've gotten to that time of the year. We can start to say it. It's a possible playoff preview tonight. These two teams were anticipating seeing each other at some point in the postseason the last couple of years. It didn't happen, though. Tonight is their first meeting since Week 1 of the 2022 season. Both teams are very good, yet both still have questions to answer. The Eagles 7-2, currently the number 1 seed in the NFC. But, Ross, all the talk around the Eagles, much of it from their mercurial wide receiver A.J. Brown, is what's going on with the Philadelphia offense.
Well, what's going on is that they did not perform as well as they'd like to in their last game against the Green Bay Packers on Monday night. They still won the game. I think it's a little bit overblown, Ryan. I mean, overall, I think it's pretty clear the offense not firing on all cylinders like they did most of the year last year. And I would say especially in the running game. You know, all the talk's been about the passing game because A.J. Brown's doing a lot of the talking, but they're not running it as well as they did last year, really with the exception of that game against the New York Giants. The good news for the Eagles is that their defense on Monday night looked like the Super Bowl playoff run defense from a year ago. And if they can play like that again tonight for the rest of the season, it might not matter that much just how well the offense plays.
To your point about the running game, Saquon Barkley a year ago averaged 125 yards per game, 64 yards per game so far this year. Now the Lions on the other side, Ross, they come in 6-3. They're the 3 seed right now in the NFC. Their offense, though, has also been a little up and down. And last week, Dan Campbell said, I'm taking over play calling for the foreseeable future.
Seems like it worked. Season high 546 yards. Jared Goff was fantastic. 25 of 33, 320 yards, 3 touchdowns. And Dan Campbell went back to a lot of the things that they've had success with during his tenure. Sometimes you just need someone else to have the controller in their hand, so to speak. And in that instance, it was Dan Campbell. It is assumed that he is going to be the play caller for the rest of the season. Now that the Eagles know that, do they have a better idea of how to defend the Lions? And the Commanders did. It was a surprise on Sunday. It won't be a surprise tonight if there are, in fact, Dan Campbell play-calling tendencies.
And we'll see what the Lions look like tonight. No Sam Laporta, their outstanding tight end. Not only will miss the game tonight, he was placed on IR yesterday. He will miss at least the next 4 games. Much more to come from Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia as we approach kickoff between the Eagles and the Lions. But when we return, Scott Graham joins us from our Progressive Insurance Studios. Protect the stuff you love with Renter's Insurance. Visit Progressive.com. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
What's the impact of hiring the right person for the job? Someone who simply doesn't fill a role but elevates it. Indeed Sponsored Jobs can help you connect with candidates who have the right experience and a proven track record. Find people who don't just complete tasks, they transform how work gets done. Don't leave hiring to chance. Sponsor your job posting on Indeed and match with the right candidates. Sponsor your job at Indeed.com/credit.
Welcome to the Sunday Night Football pregame show on Westwood One, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Now, here's your host, Scott Graham.
From our Westwood One studios, getting you ready for Sunday Night Football in Philadelphia tonight between the Lions and the Philadelphia Eagles. Let's get you caught up on what happened earlier today in the National Football League. It was a day of walk-off field goals, and one of them happened at Empower Field at Mile High. Will Lutz hits a game winner from 35 yards out as Denver beats Kansas City 22-19. What does that mean? Well, Denver's won 8 games in a row. Kansas City is 3.5 games behind the Broncos. That's the furthest out that Patrick Mahomes has ever been in his career. These teams meet again on Christmas night. Will it mean anything by then, as Kansas City's now 5-5? Buffalo got 6 overall touchdowns from Josh Allen today. 3 on the ground, 3 through the air. They beat Tampa Bay 44-32. Bills now 7-3. Tampa Bay is 6-4. Baltimore Ravens continued their streak. They won their 4th in a row, winning in Cleveland 23-16. Baltimore now 5-5 on the year. They're chasing the Pittsburgh Steelers, who beat Cincinnati today. 34-12 was the final. The star of this game was the Pittsburgh defense. They scored 2 touchdowns at Acrisure Stadium as they improved to 6-4 and hold on to their 1-game lead in the AFC North. Cincinnati falls to 3-7. Jacksonville stunned the Chargers today at Everbank Stadium. 35-6 the final score, as L.A. couldn't get into the end zone all day long. Trevor Lawrence, a touchdown pass and a touchdown run for the 6-4 Jaguars. Houston got a walk-off field goal. Matthew Wright hit one from 35 yards out as time expired at Nissan Stadium, and the Texans improved to 5-5 as they beat the Tennessee Titans 16-13. Another walk-off opportunity went by the board. Seattle had one in L.A. today, but Jason Myers missed a 61-yarder as time expired, and the Rams hold on for a 21-19 win. They take over first place now in the NFC West at 8-2 as Seattle falls to 7-3. Niners keep pace. They win in Arizona today 41-22. 3 touchdowns from Christian McCaffrey, 2 from George Kittle in the victory as Brock Purdy made his return. Arizona falls to 3-7. Green Bay and very windy MetLife Stadium in the Meadowlands had just enough to beat the New York Giants today, 27-20 the final. Pack now 6-3-1. The Giants fall to 2-9. Another walk-off. Cairo Santos hit one for the Bears from 48 yards out at US Bank Stadium. Chicago beat Minnesota today, 19-17 the final. They are now 7-3 on the year. Want more walk-offs? I got them. Ryan Fitzgerald, a 28-yarder in overtime as Carolina wins at Atlanta 30-27 to improve to 6-5. And we've had a walk-off overseas today in Madrid, Spain. Miami in overtime beats Washington as Riley Patterson hits a 29-yarder in the extra period. We're working our way toward kickoff of Sunday Night Football. Time to hear now from Nick Costos of the BetMGM Network with some of the numbers our listeners might be interested in for tonight's matchup between the Lions and the Eagles. Nick?
Thanks, Scott. Can't wait for this potential playoff preview as the spread for Sunday Night Football sees Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles, a 2.5-point home favorite over Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions. The total is 47, and the betting interest has been on the favored Eagles and the under, with bettors expecting an Eagles win in a lower scoring game. And I agree with the first part. The Lions are missing a number of starters in their secondary, and the Eagles are fully healthy and looking like the best team in the conference. Dan Campbell did well calling offensive plays last week against Washington, but the Philly defense is something else entirely. I like the Eagles to win by 3 or more. As for props, will the squeaky wheel get the grease? Eagles wideout A.J. Brown's receiving yards prop is 58.5. I think they force him the ball tonight and get him over. This report was sponsored by BetMGM. Own your moment. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Scott, back to you.
That sound you heard might have been A.J. Brown calling for the ball. As we continue with the pregame show, we're going to take a look at this matchup and meet one of the newest Eagles who's very excited to be in the city of brotherly love. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
To get ahead of lead and improve your drinking water quality, use a lead-reducing water filter if your home has or may have lead plumbing, a lead service line, or faucets older than 2014. Keep water moving with everyday activities like laundry, dishes, or showers. Before drinking or cooking, run your tap until water is cold. Clean faucets, aerators every 6 months. Learn more at michigan.gov/getaheadoflead. A message from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services and the Michigan Association of Broadcasters.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflush.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflush.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflush.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflush.com.
Choice Hotels get you more for your money so you can maximize any road trip. Let's get real close to hear the maximum sizzle of Comfort Inn's free hot breakfast. Maximized. Check into more. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Are your paid search campaigns struggling to drive real growth? Viant helps you reach more of your audience right where they're watching. Streaming TV. Get started today at ViantCTV.com.
Welcome back to Westwood One's coverage of Sunday Night Football from the Progressive Insurance Studios. I'm Scott Graham. Progressive offers auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today. This is a matchup that was supposed to have happened last year. It didn't because Detroit lost in the divisional round to Washington. But you have a team that plays very well in primetime, 13-2 over the last 4 seasons. And their head coach, Dan Campbell, realizes that he's going into an environment that's, well, let's call it different.
You go someplace, man, they wave at you like, man, we're so happy you're here to play against us. This is not one of those places. That's it. It's as far from that as you can possibly get. And it's just, I don't know. I loved playing atmospheres like that, and I just know the type of guys we have. I think they're going to eat it up. I really do.
However, they are going to have to figure out a way to navigate a Philadelphia defense that seems to be finding their legs. In their game at Green Bay on Monday night, they gave up just 7 points. They've only given up 8 passing touchdowns this year, and they've brought in reinforcements, including Jaylen Phillips from the Miami Dolphins. This is a young man who has bounced back from several setbacks in his career. He was overjoyed when he was told that he was going to Philadelphia, a Super Bowl contender from Miami, a team that very well might not qualify for the playoffs. This week when we talk, I asked him how jacked up he was going to be to finally get to play a home game at Lincoln Financial Field.
That's exciting, man. I was jacked playing at Lambeau, but, playing for the home team in Lincoln, like everybody's just been telling me how amazing the atmosphere it is, and I'm super excited for it. So I'm definitely going to have a lot of energy coming into that.
An amazing debut. And to be able to go out and play, not just play, but play with confidence and freely after having been there for such a short period of time, that had to feel amazing.
It did. It definitely did. And I think the confidence and the, not playing timid, not playing scared was a big part of it. Just coming into it, knowing that, it's my first week there. I don't know the full, playbook. Like, I knew they were going to put me in good positions, but, I thought that, Vic kept it really simple, and really I just came into it knowing that my number one thing was I just had to play hard, and I just had to be, confident, and just play fast, and I feel like I accomplished that. So it just felt really good. It was very satisfying, and, my biggest thing coming in was earning the respect of my teammates, earning the respect of my coaches, and I think I accomplished that with that first game. So that definitely felt good, and I'm just looking to build on it.
That leads me to the next question, which is, have you in your career been able to be grouped with a room of defensive linemen that's this talented?
Man, I don't know if I can say that I have. Like, I played with some talented, interior D linemen and edges as well. In my first couple of years on the Dolphins, playing with Christian Wilkins and Zach Sealer, like, they're formidable in their own way. I think they're different players. I've never played with an interior D line that's so physically imposing. I'll say that. And I love the way they play. I think it just makes it so much easier for me and for Nolan or J-Lix or whoever else is on the other edge to be able to play freely and be aggressive because, we have guys in the middle that are going to handle their job. So yeah, it's a really, breath of fresh air.
Not meaning any disrespect to where you were before, but I kind of got a feel as this happened. We saw how you reacted when you got to Philadelphia, the first words out of your mouth, and it kind of, to me, had a Pinocchio, you're a real boy feel to it right now in terms of what it did for you personally to be placed into this situation. How far off am I on that one?
No, I think you're accurate with that. Like, I think you said it perfectly too. Like, there's no slight on the Dolphins. And, that's something that people kind of interpreted, me saying, oh, this is the greatest thing that's happened to me, as saying, oh, the Dolphins was a horrible thing that happened to me. Like, I have nothing but love for the Dolphins organization and for my time there. But when it comes to football and comes to the opportunity, like, I couldn't ask for a better situation and opportunity than this. Playing on the reigning Super Bowl champs, a team that has such an ingrained culture of winning and toughness and togetherness, it's just special for me. And, there's a lot of exciting things happening in my life right now. Obviously contract year coming up, different things like that. So when it comes to my career, I think this is the biggest thing that's happened to me so far. And truthfully, the onus is on me to take advantage of the situation and the opportunity, right? But just being put in this situation, I was just super blessed and super grateful. In general, in life, I take change in stride, and I think that change is an exciting thing, and especially change leading to a situation like this. Like, I just have been super excited for it.
Jaylen Phillips is an incredibly impressive and resilient young man. If you want to hear more of my conversation with him, check out this week's edition of NFL Insider at WestwoodOneSports.com. We come back, we're going to rejoin the guys at the field. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Fight stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
rinse it out.
Looking for a fall-style refresh without zapping your budget? Old Navy has the styles and the deals you and your fam need this season. From on-trend jeans to cult fave activewear to cozy sweaters, sporty fleece, and the comfiest kid and baby clothes, you'll find everyone's fall favorites at incredible prices. You know we love a sale, so come in and save big on fall outfits for the entire family. Only at Old Navy and OldNavy.com.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One. It's time for another memorable moment in football history.
Back to throw, Mikowski, pump fake, throws to the right, off Herman Moore's fingertips, and intercepted by William Thomas along the left sideline, inside the 10 to the 5, touchdown! William Thomas with the pick, and he was able to work along the sideline, got it back to the middle, and go in for the score. We have 14:37 to go. Fourth quarter in Philadelphia, and the Eagles are rolling.
John Rooney with the call on CBS Radio Sports 30 years ago next month, December 30th, 1995, when the Eagles routed the Lions in the wild card round of the playoffs. Thomas's pick six was Philadelphia's second of the day, and it gave the Eagles a commanding 58-21 lead. In all, the Eagles defense picked off Lions quarterback Scott Mitchell and Don Mikowski a total of 6 times. Philly quarterback Rodney Peete tossed 3 touchdown passes, and running back Ricky Watters had 2 scores as the Eagles cruised to a 58-37 victory. At the time, those 95 combined points was the highest total in NFL postseason history. Now it sits in second place behind only the epic overtime affair between the Cardinals and Packers in the 2009 NFC wildcard round, one that ended with a 51-45 at the time, Arizona 95 win. Combined points was the highest total in NFL postseason history. Now it sits in second place behind points this evening, but we do expect to see one heck of a ball game tonight, so let's get you out where it's being played. The Lincoln Financial Field, and the 2 announcers calling the action, Ryan Radke and Ross Tucker. Guys?
Scott, it's a sold-out crowd here in Philly tonight.
Don't expect to see that many points this evening, but we do expect to see one heck of a ball game tonight, so let's get you out where it's being played. Lincoln Financial Field, and 2 announcers calling the action, Ryan Radke and Ross Tucker. Guys?
MVPs you need. Scott, it's a sold-out crowd here in Philly tonight as we get set on your first campaign. Go to LinkedIn.com/campaign.
Dramatic guy, because it took a big
Right, Ross, let's talk about what each team needs to do to win tonight. Let's start with the visiting Detroit Lions, looking for what would be a huge road win here in Philly.
Especially considering their injuries, which is why the first key is nothing deep and cheap. With these defensive back injuries, no Terrion Arnold, no Kirby Joseph, you can't allow Devontae Smith or A.J. Brown to beat you deep down the field. And then on offense, run the ball. We know how good this Eagles defensive line is and how good they are, especially when they're rushing the passer. Try to run the ball effectively like they did last week, 142 yards for Jahmyr Gibbs. That would slow down that Eagles defensive line.
All right, let's talk about the keys for Philadelphia. Looking for a 4th straight win. How does Nick Sirianni's team get there?
It starts with protecting the football. They still, in my opinion, have the most talented roster in the NFL. So what you don't want is you don't want variance. You don't want turnovers. They've only given it away 4 times. Continue that trend of protecting the football and then get after Goff. When he's in a rhythm, he's as good as any quarterback in the NFL. Whatever they can do to try to get Goff off his spot, out of a rhythm early, is key.
Lions won the toss. They have deferred their option to the second half, so we will see the Eagles offense on the field first. Eagles in the green jerseys with white pants and green helmets, those eagle wings on either side in white. For the Lions, it is the white jerseys with the Honolulu blue numbers. They have silver pants, silver helmets with that Lions logo in Honolulu blue on either side. Chilly and breezy tonight in Philadelphia, 45 degrees, winds at 15 miles per hour. It feels like 33. Time now for the opening kickoff, sponsored by Kohl's. From jerseys to tailgating must-haves and more fan favorites, find everything you need to gear up for the game at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Jake Bates with the ball teed up at the 35-yard line. He'll kick it away from our left to our right. Will Shipley is back deep, along with Xavier Gibson. And we are ready to play football. Week 11 of Sunday Night Football. Two of the heavyweights in the NFC meeting up here in Philadelphia tonight. Bates is on the approach, an end-over-end kick. It's headed the way of Gibson on the near side. He'll back up into the end zone, take the ball, drop down to his right knee, and the Eagles will start 1st and 10 at their own 35-yard line. Jalen Hurts, the quarterback, 21 total touchdowns this year, tied for 3rd in the NFL. Last year's Offensive Player of the Year, Saquon Barkley, is at running back. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith are the wide receivers, and Dallas Goedert is the tight end for Philadelphia. The Eagles average just over 24 points per game. You wouldn't know it with all the talk around this team. They scored just 10 on Monday night, but as Ross pointed out, that was good enough for a win at Lambeau Field. 7-2, number 1 seed in the NFC coming into play tonight. Hurts will open up under center. Smith goes wide left, Brown wide to the right. Barkley is the single back on 1st and 10. Hurts gets under center, barks out the signals, takes the snap. He'll turn, he'll fake the hand up to Barkley, plants his feet, time to throw. Fires left sideline, that's caught. Devontae Smith up near midfield, and now they're going to say incomplete. Did not hang on to the ball as he was coming down to the ground. Amik Robertson was in coverage, and that'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
Love the first down play call by Eagles offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo. An under center play action pass. You know the Lions were thinking run. It still, though, was pretty good coverage from Robertson. It's surprising to see Smith not bring a catch in like that. It was right on his hands. He has at least 4 catches and 60 yards, 4 of his last 5.
Shotgun snap to Hurts on 2nd and 10. Back to pass. He throws over the middle. That one's dropped. Off the hands of his tight end, Dallas Goedert, at about the 42-yard line. Brian Branch was in coverage, so a couple of catchable balls for the Eagles. Smith can't bring down the first one. Goedert drops that one, and now Philadelphia faces a 3rd and 10.
This is not a team that drops the ball that much either. This is rare to see the 2 most reliable receivers so far on the team, Goedert and Smith, on back-to-back plays. They're open. Hurts puts it right on their hands, and neither one of them could corral it. Sets up 3rd and long.
Eagles go empty. 3 receivers to the right, including Barkley, 2 to the left. Hurts back in the shotgun, left foot in front of right, extends his hands out in front of his belt. Gets the snap, he's back to pass, blitz coming, it's picked up. Hurts throws left sideline, caught by A.J. Brown on a knee, and that'll be a 1st down. A.J. Brown with a catch of the 47. It's a gain of 12, and they love it here in Philly.
Go figure, right? The first 2 guys drop the ball when it's right on their hands. A.J. Brown slipped and fell and caught it on a knee. What a terrific catch by Brown that the Eagles really needed.
Eagles will go up tempo now. 1st and 10 at their own 47. Hurts will line up in the shotgun with Barkley to his left. 3 receivers out to the right side of the formation. Goedert, the tight end, is on the left end of the line. Cam Jurgens back at center tonight for Philadelphia over the football. Sends it back to Hurts. He's back to pass. Hurts looking, moving to his left, looking down the field. Flag flies. Hurts will go deep down the left side for Barkley, and he could not make the catch. Barkley with a juggling grab, but he was out of bounds. He's trying to get everybody to run up on the football, but the call was incomplete. We'll see about the flag as well. Alex Kemp is our referee.
Holding. Offense number 65. It's a 10-yard penalty. Still 1st down.
That'll go against Lane Johnson, the right tackle.
So what's interesting is that's the 2nd time already they are bull rushing Lane Johnson. He's a terrific athlete, but Aiden Hutchinson, he went right into Lane Johnson's chest and and was able to knock him backwards. Lane Johnson needs to be more stout, and also with that left hand, he would have been okay. I don't think Hutchinson would have been able to get the sack, but once he was restricting Hutchinson's movement, they've got to call it. That's one of the reasons why Hutchinson is so good. 7 sacks this year. He comes with power.
Johnson, the 6-time Pro Bowler, missed a chunk of the game on Monday at Lambeau. First and 20 now as a handoff to Bigsby running along the right hash. He's across the 40 out to the 41-yard line. That'll be a gain of 4. Tyleek Williams, the first rounder out of Ohio State, with the tackle. And that'll bring up second down and 16.
You make a terrific point. Johnson hurt his ankle Monday night. Was limited in a couple practices this week. This is the NFL. If someone has an injury, you are going to test it. Let's see how strong that ankle is. Let's see how confident he is to really plant that thing.
Eagles will go out of the pistol now on 2nd and 16 from their own 41. Bigsby is the running back. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Hurts back, looks, throws right side. That's incomplete. Looking for a back shoulder throw to A.J. Brown, who would continue down the field. Yassine was in coverage, and that'll bring up the 2nd, 3rd and long for Philadelphia, 3rd and 16.
It's a terrific point again, Ryan. They were not on the same page. That was a back shoulder throw, and in this instance, Hurts and A.J. Brown not on the same page. I'm not sure what happened with the protection, but nobody blocked Hutchinson because Lane Johnson did what you called sifting inside. 3rd and very long. This has been a give-up play for the Eagles, a draw or potentially a screen.
Will Shipley is the running back. He'll line up to the right of Hurts. 3 receivers left, single man right, shotgun snap. Hurts back to throw against the 4-man rush. Looks left, nothing there. Backpedals, still looking, steps up in the pocket, moving to his right, now tries to cut back. He's wrapped up right around the line of scrimmage. He'll bully his way forward for about a yard or 2 before the officials finally blow it dead. Al-Quadin Muhammad was the first man to get there for Detroit, and the Lions defense gets off the field. Brayton Mann is on to punt.
Outstanding coverage by the Lions across the board. Nobody was open. You look anywhere you go, there was nowhere to throw the football, even though Hurts had all kinds of time. They only rushed 3, so dropping 8, they were able to blanket the receivers. Hurts probably would have been better off just throwing it away.
So Mann will punt. Khalif Raymond back deep to return. Standing just inside his 10-yard line. Here's the snap to Mann. Gets it down around his knees. It's an end-over-end kick. Raymond moving to his right at about the 15-yard line. He's got it on the near sideline. He runs left, avoids the first wave, now cuts it upfield, and he'll be taken down around the 14-yard line. So Raymond ends up giving up about a yard on that return after a 42-yard punt. Cal Adamitis, the long snapper, got down to make the stop on special teams. And now we'll see Jared Goff in the Lions offense for the first time when we return. 12:16 to go in the first quarter. Philadelphia nothing. Detroit will have it when we come back. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
To get ahead of lead and improve your drinking water quality, use a lead-reducing water filter if your home has or may have lead plumbing, a lead surface line, or faucets older than 2014. Keep water moving with everyday activities like laundry, dishes, or showers. Before drinking or cooking, run your tap until water is cold. Clean faucets, aerators every 6 months. Learn more at michigan.gov/getaheadoflead. A message from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services and the Michigan Association of Broadcasters.
Are your paid search campaigns struggling to drive real growth? Viant reaches your audience where they really are, on streaming TV. Visit ViantCTV.com to learn more.
If you own a business, chances are you pay your light bill because you want people to see that you're open.
So why wouldn't you look at advertising your business the same way?
At Cumulus West Michigan, we spend hours keeping Michiganders engaged. So doesn't it make sense to entrust your advertising with a station that has everybody's attention?
The ticketmi.com/advertising connects your business with us, and our 8 stations connect you with nearly 250,000 weekly adult listeners.
Plus, we're digital experts too, working with over 4,000 local campaigns with unique capabilities, so you know the return on your investment. Go to theticketmi.com/advertising and learn how we can help.
If you're a local business, we want to partner with you. Nobody knows West Michigan better than us.
Better get an extra phone line. We will make that phone ring.
We'd love to build your business through endorsements.
Go to theticketmi.com/advertising to learn more.
If you're in need of a marketing partner that wants the best for your business, choose Cumulus West Michigan.
A better life.
life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Suddenly, mouth tape for sleeping has become all the rage. It's not just all over TikTok, it has become a billion-dollar industry. Still, experts we talked to were largely in agreement. Science has yet to prove its benefit, but has shown it can do harm. One sleep specialist said the purported benefits that are being touted for this, improving apnea, improving snoring, making your nose look better, making your jaw look better, it just doesn't come out in the wash that is actually happening. Now, if you do have sleep apnea, and I should mention more than 20 million people in the United States have it but don't know it, taping your mouth shut could actually be dangerous. Yes, breathing through your nose is by and large better for you. That makes sense. But you need to teach your body how to do that without the use of tape to seal your mouth shut while you sleep. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
Ryan Radke, Ross Tucker here in the Grainger broadcast booth in Philadelphia. At work, every day is game day. Give your crew an edge with Grainger. You'll find supplies and solutions for every industry when you call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. 12:16 to go first quarter. No score Lions on offense for the first time. Jared Goff will go under center. 1st and 10 from his own 14. 2 receivers right, single man left. Jameer Gibbs is the running back. Goff back on a play fake, rolls right, throws right, caught by St. Brown. Out across the 20-yard line. Run out of bounds by Adoree Jackson up at about the 22-yard line. It'll go as a gain of about 9, and that'll bring up 2nd down and short. Jared Goff leading the NFL with a 74% completion rate. 2nd with his 20 passing touchdowns. Jameer Gibbs coming off a big game last Sunday in Washington, the running back. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamison Williams, the wide receivers. Brock Wright is the starting tight end.
Across the 25-yard line to the 26, forced out there by Jaylen Phillips. That is a gain of 4 and will move the chains.
Yeah, 2 easy pass completions there for Jared Goff.
Picks up a first down. Plays. Scampers across the 25 out to the 26. That'll go as a gain of 4. Zach Bond ran him out, and the Lions need just 2 plays to pick up their first down of the game.
And they're going right on the football here, which is something that people like to do against the Eagles to try to tire out that defensive line, the D tackles in particular.
Twin receivers left and right. Goff in the shotgun gets the snap. Back to pass. Looks right. Nothing there. Throws left. Pass. Bad and intercepted. Picked off by DeJean across the 20, inside the 15, and down to the 11. The pass was knocked in the air, and Cooper DeJean picked it off. Jalen Carter deflected it. And just like that, the Eagles defense comes up with a takeaway.
Jalen Carter has become as good as anyone in the league at getting his hand on a football. He has become so good at this. And interestingly, you know what? It was Jordan Davis.
You're right.
You know what? He's learned from Jalen Carter. Jordan Davis at 6'6", hit his right hand, bounced off and ricocheted right to Cooper DeJean, who seemingly finds every ricochet ball ever. And it looked a lot like the Super Bowl. He just wasn't able to take it all away for a touchdown.
That is DeJean's first interception in the regular season, but you mentioned the Super Bowl when he had that pick 6.
Changed his life forever.
Eagles will start at the 11-yard line of Detroit, 1st and 10. Hurts in the shotgun, Barkley to his left, 2 receivers right, single man left. Here's the snap, Hurts will fake, rolls short left, dumps it off, A.J. Brown makes the catch, and he's upended. An excellent tackle made on the outside by the safety, Thomas Harper. A waiver claim from the Raiders. Gain of 2 to the 9. It'll bring up 2nd and 8.
I've been so impressed by some of these DBs by the Lions that have played this year that I'd never heard of. Yeah, before this year, I had never heard of Thomas Harper or Nick Whiteside. Then you're watching games, and those guys are making plays like he just did on A.J. Brown in the flat. It was not an easy tackle to make.
2 receivers right. Here's the snap. Handoff Barkley. Running left. Cuts it up along the numbers. He plows his way back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe got down to about the 8-yard line. Not a lot of room that time for Barkley. Aleem McNeil, the 5th-year defensive tackle, made the stop. Officially no gain, and that'll bring up 3rd and 8 for Philadelphia.
Absolutely massive win for the Lions defensively if they are able to hold the Eagles to a field goal here. Anytime you get to this part of the field, you have to be alert for Hurts' legs. Empty set can sometimes be a quarterback draw. There's nobody in the middle of the field.
Trips right, 2 receivers left. Hurts back in the shotgun, left foot in front of right. 3rd down and 8, Philadelphia. Hurts waiting, gets the snap. He's back to throw. Looks, fires left in the slant, and it's incomplete. Trying to find A.J. Brown. The crowd wants a flag they're not going to get. And after the turnover, the Lions force a 3 and out. That's going to bring out the field goal team. And boy, as you said, Ross, even if Jake Elliott makes this would be a massive win for the Lions defense.
Well, and here's the thing. Devontae Smith was the inside receiver, and he was wide open. It looked to me like Hurts tried to force it to A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown, definitely some contact there from Yassine. They let it go. But that's one where I'd rather see the ball go to Devontae Smith than A.J. Brown.
So Jake Elliott, 8 of 10 on the year, on for a 27-yard attempt. Adamitis will snap. Man will hold. The kick from Elliott is on the way, and it is good. So the Eagles get the interception. They turn it into 3, and they have taken the early lead. A reminder, for every field goal tonight and throughout the season, Barbasol will make a donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol shaving cream, an American original for over 100 years. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. 9:43 to go first quarter. Eagles 3, Lions nothing. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Your business has goals, and you need the right team to help get you there. Don't cross your fingers and just hope quality candidates see your job posting. With Indeed-sponsored jobs, you can skip the waiting game and match with the talent that actually matters for your business. Plus, with Indeed-sponsored jobs, there are no monthly subscriptions, and you only pay for results. Don't leave hiring to chance. Hire better and work better with Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
A reminder to join us on Tuesday for our next U.S. soccer broadcast on Westwood One. It's the United States men's national team against Uruguay. Callum Williams and Jamie Watson have all the action beginning at 6:45 p.m. Eastern. Catch every moment for free on the Westwood One Sports app, online at westwoodonesports.com, or just ask Alexa to open Westwood One Sports. Don't miss it. USA men's soccer Tuesday night at 6:45 Eastern. 3-0 Eagles, 9:43 to go in the first quarter. Khalif Raymond back deep along with Jacob Sailors to return the kickoff from Jake Elliott. Eagles get the pick from Cooper DeJean, but the Lions defense stiffens and gives up just the 3 points as Elliott gets set to kick it away. Here's a high end-over-end kick. Raymond on the far side takes it at his own 6. Across the 15, angles right to the 20, and he is hit and dropped. Boy, the kick coverage tonight has been excellent for Philadelphia. A 15-yard return by Khalif Raymond, but he also paid the price. I think it was Cameron Latu who got down there to make the stop on special teams. So here come the Lions for the second time. Ross, we were talking about a big stop. That's just the 5th time all year the Eagles have gotten into the red zone and not scored a touchdown. Nice job by the Lions defense to take a little momentum back.
True, and also very interesting that 2 out of the 3 plays were pass attempts to A.J. Brown, given what's going on in Philadelphia this whole season and in particular this week.
Goff with a handoff. Here's Jahmyr Gibbs running left side, nowhere to go. Zach Vaughn jumps on his back and drags him down for a loss on the play. Back at the 20-yard line. Boy, Zach Bond has just been reborn here in Philadelphia. He was an All-Pro a year ago, and he makes a big play here to stop Gibbs.
And that's on the rookie right guard, Tate Ratledge. He's got to go. He spent too much time on the defensive tackle, and Zach Bond ran through. That's when you come downhill and run to the other side of the football. Ratledge, the rookie guard's got to be ready.
Lions second down and 11 from their own 20. Goff in the shotgun, 3 receivers, right, single man left. Here's the snap. Goff back, under pressure, hit from behind, and down he goes. Flag down as well. Goff taken down back around the 15-yard line. It was Jaylen Phillips.
Holding, offense number 69. That penalty's declined. Third down.
And Ross, Jaylen Phillips is just his second game in an Eagles uniform. He's already made a big impact.
And you know who else is making a big impact is Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter just ran over the right guard, Tate Ratledge, so much so that Penei Sewell came back in. Penei Sewell thought that Jaylen Phillips was dropping in coverage, so he let him go. Phillips was able to then hesitate, come in unscathed for the sack. It's third and forever.
Third down, 16, shotgun snap, Goff back to pass, sets his feet, fires one down the middle, incomplete. Down at the feet of Amon-Ra St. Brown. Quinyon Mitchell was in coverage, and the Lions go 3 and out.
So this is really an interesting dynamic because it's Carter's third year. Ratledge is a rookie. They were teammates at Georgia. And you got to think when Ratledge was a freshman, maybe a sophomore, Jalen Carter probably put a whooping on him. And hey, as a guy that's been there a little bit, that's in your head a little bit. The intimidation factor is high.
Jack Fox to punt from his own 1. Xavier Gibson waits around his own 30. It's a wobbly kick. Gibson moving to his right will let this one bounce shy of the 35. He takes a Lions bounce inside the 30 and now rolls back toward the 30-yard line. It's kicked a little bit by Hogan Hatton, the long snapper, who then dives on top of it. They will put the ball at the 30. There's also a penalty flag back near the line of scrimmage. 55-yard punt. We'll see if it stands up.
Kick, holding, receiving team number 54. That penalty will be enforced from the end of the kick. First down, Philadelphia. Timeout.
So Jeremiah Trotter gets called for the hold. It'll back the Eagles up 10 yards, and we will step aside. 8:19 to go first quarter. Philadelphia 3, Detroit 0. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Salute to Service is the year-round effort by the NFL and its charitable partners to honor, empower, and connect with our nation's service members, veterans, and their families. At this time each year, the NFL reinforces our support and gratitude to those who have served and to those who continue to serve. Visit NFL.com/salute to learn about the NFL's impact with its Salute to Service partners.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, "How did you know?" Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
USPS is building a better network with easy and affordable ways to ship and everything you need to ensure holiday cheers. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays. 8:19 to go first quarter. Eagles on top by a score of 3-0. And Ross, you mentioned it. 6 passing attempts for the Eagles. 4 targets already for A.J. Brown for Philadelphia.
That's more than he had Monday night. 3 targets on Monday night. Clearly, the squeaky wheel is in effect.
There's a toss play on first down. Barkley racing left across the 25, out across the 30, and he's out of bounds up near the 35. So a pitch to Saquon Barkley, who ran around the left end, and there was nobody home out there. They'll mark him out at the 34. It's a gain of 14 before Thomas Harper could run Barkley out of bounds.
Good change up there by the Eagles offensively. Everything showed them that the play was going right, and Landon Dickerson, the left guard, pulled right where the extra offensive lineman and tight end was. Hurts just flips it back against all that flow to Barkley going the other way, and obviously he's got some legit speed.
1st and 10 on the near left hash of the 34. Hurts back on a play fake, sets his feet, looks, throws short left. That's caught by Goddard, who's run out of bounds by Anzalone up and around the 40-yard line. So Dallas Goedert with his first catch of the game. Anzalone on the stop. That'll go as a gain of 6 and bring up 2nd down and 4.
I've known Anzalone, Ryan, since he was 4 years old. Anzalone's from my hometown, Wyomissing, Pennsylvania, about an hour west of here. Grew up a big Eagles fan, so we got a lot of friends and family here. One of several guys from my high school, along with Matt Lytle, that have made the NFL. Super proud to see him out there playing as well as he is for the Lions.
2nd down and 4. Hurts under center, gets the snap. Handoff Barkley, angles to the left hash. And Barkley out to about the 43-yard line. That'll be a yard shy of the first down. It'll bring up a 3rd and 1. Tyler Lacey on the stop. You get down to the stands and block Anzalone a little bit before the game. You get down there and work out your skills.
No, he's 31. I'm 46. Big difference. You know, the Eagles, this is a little bit longer than a yard. So I'll be curious if they come with the tush push or not. The Lions are anticipating it. The Lions have their heavy personnel, but the Eagles do not have anybody in the push position on this play right now.
They do have both Barkley and Bigsby on the field. Bigsby will come in motion from the right. They'll hand off to Barkley, who bounces off the pile, and he's grabbed behind the line of scrimmage and stopped. So the Eagles don't go with the tush push, the seemingly unstoppable tush push. Instead, they give it to Barkley, and he is taken down by Trevor Nowaski for a loss of a yard on the play. And on 4th and 2, the punt team is coming out.
They got absolutely stoned at the point of attack. What a job by the Lions, in particular, DJ Reader. Landon Dickerson, the left guard, is usually a mover of men, but Reader stood him up to the point where Barkley ran right into Dickerson's backside.
So man will punt. Khalif Raymond inside the 10. Man, it's a high end-over-end punt. Raymond takes a glance. He's got it on his knees at the 13. Hit immediately and brought down. Nowhere to go as Khalif Raymond went down on his knees and was immediately hit. It was Keely Ringo that got down to make the tackle, a 45-yard punt, and no return. 5:36 to go first quarter. Eagles 3, Lions nothing. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery. It's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Try Barbasol 1919 Classic Shaving Cream. This modern-day non-aerosol formula features enhanced ingredients, an exceptional glide, and crisp fragrance for a shave experience like no other. Learn more at Barbasol.com.
Barbasol. From jerseys to tailgating must-haves and more fan favorites, find everything you need to gear up for the game at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. 5:36 to go, first quarter. Eagles on top of the Lions by a score of 3-0. Lions will start this drive at their own 12, first down and 10. Not much going so far for Detroit. A couple of plays on their opening drive, then Jared Goff threw a pick, 3 and out on their second drive. It's the first time all year the Lions have not scored a point on their first two drives of the game. Goff will go under center. Montgomery is the single back. They'll hand it off to Jameson Williams on an end around, racing left across the 15 over the 20. Takes a shot on the far sideline, and Williams chopped down just shy of the first down. It'll be a gain of 9 out to the 21. Sidney Brown, the third-year safety out of Illinois, is the man who made the big hit.
I like the play call there by Dan Campbell to try to get Jameson Williams, A, involved, and B, on the perimeter immediately. Eagles are winning the battle up front right now, so how do you counter that? Get on the outside where your receivers and tight ends are blocking their DBs.
Second down and 1, handoff Montgomery, straight ahead, picks up the first down, running to the hash marks across the 25, and he's out close to the 27-yard line. Another tackle for Zach Vaughn. It'll be a gain of 6. And a first down for Detroit. Well, Ross, we talk about the Eagles' offense, and A.J. Brown wanted to get more involved. One of the reasons that Dan Campbell took over play calling from John Morton, Jameson Williams was just not real involved in this offense, and he is somebody they need.
They said they dedicated a whole drive to him in the last game. He had 6 catches for 119 yards last week.
First down and 10, Lions at their own 27. Receivers left and right, Goff under center, back on a play fake. Sets his feet, has time, throws short left, caught by Montgomery across the 30, and he's out to the 35, into the 36, close to a first down. Montgomery caught that ball, turned upfield. DeJean made the tackle, and they're going to give him a first down. It'll go as a gain of 10.
In my book, there is no better matchup in the NFL than your running back in the passing game. If they are really a good receiver out of the backfield, especially if they're a pretty good route runner, whether it's zone, whether it's a check down, or certainly against man-to-man coverage and a linebacker, that usually should be your best matchup.
Twin receivers left and right, first and 10 Lions at their own 37. Shotgun snap to Goff, back to pass, looks left, nothing there, throws down the middle, caught by Williams at the 50, spins to his right, inside the Eagle 45, and down to the 44. So Jared Goff didn't have his first look. He finds Jameson Williams on his second. It's good for a gain of 19. Another Lions first down.
And this is the Lions we've come to know over the last few years. They are in rhythm. Goff is a rhythm passer. I don't know if there's anybody in the NFL that gets the ball out like he does at times. Look at this formation. 4 guys in the backfield. Montgomery looks like he might take the snap.
Yeah, Montgomery back there. Gibbs to his left. Montgomery has the snap, fakes to Gibbs, runs straight ahead along the right hash, ducks under the first tackle, and he surges forward for about a yard to the 43. Moro Ochombo with the tackle. That'll bring up second and 9. And Ross thinking creative formations. Andy Reid of the Chiefs, Dan Campbell and the Lions. They're right there.
Yeah, that was like an inverted wishbone. Jared Goff being the deep back. You wonder if they have something else off of that where Montgomery can pitch it to Goff and then Goff throws it.
I guarantee you this, nobody's worried about Goff running the ball.
No, other than Goff.
That's right. 2 receivers left, single man right. Second down 9 from the Eagle 43. Goff in the shotgun with Montgomery to his right side. Here's the snap, Goff back, looking left, looking middle, now moving right, throws short right, and it's incomplete. Down at the feet of Brock Wright. And Kobe Dean was in coverage, Reed Blankenship was there as well. And a 3rd and 9 coming up for Detroit.
At about the 42.5-yard line, which is a good time to bring up that Dan Campbell is about as aggressive as any coach in the NFL going for it on 4th down. This would be a 60-yard field goal It does look like the wind would be at their back, but I think there's a decent chance Campbell goes for it, depending on how many yards they get here.
Handoff Montgomery, runs right outside the hash, and he spins his way to the 40-yard line. That'll be a gain of a couple, but Ross, as you said, that call suggests that Dan Campbell was always thinking about going for this.
1,000%. Now, we'll see whether or not he actually does, but you don't run it on 3rd and 9 unless you're thinking we're going to go for it on 4th down. You want to get a couple more yards, and that's exactly what they've done. Although now it looks like Ratledge, the rookie right guard, just went down.
Yeah, he is down, and the training staff is coming out to have a look. Tate Ratledge, second rounder out of Georgia. He started every game this year for Dan Campbell and the Lions. Well, that was after the play that he went down. And as he does with the offense out there, the special team started out, but now they're walking back to the bench. They are going to get Ratledge up on his feet. We'll step aside. 1:56 to go first quarter. 3-0 Eagles. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Carne asada is back at Chipotle. It's our most tender steak, expertly grilled throughout the day, expertly seasoned with garlic, cumin, and coriander, expertly finished with fresh lime and hand-cut cilantro and crafted just for you. Nobody does carne asada like Chipotle. Nobody. Our most talked about steak is only here for a limited time, so order now in the app for pickup or delivery. Chipotle, for real.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
All season long, you can stream the NFL on Westwood One for free, sponsored by LinkedIn Ads. With LinkedIn Ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. Get a $250 credit when you spend $250 on your first campaign. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. And fans, a reminder, you can listen on WestwoodOneSports.com or by downloading the Westwood One Sports app today. Tate Ratledge able to walk off. Tristan Colon will come in at right guard. Lions have a 4th and 6 from the Philadelphia 40. And the offense is staying on the field.
Tough spot for Cologne. Obvious one-on-one passing situation. I'm a little surprised they don't have Carter right on his nose.
Lions 13 of 18 on 4th down this year. This is 4th down and 6. Goff in the shotgun. Montgomery to his right. 2 receivers left. Single man right. Brock Wright, the tight end, goes in motion from right to left, and now flags flies. The play clock ran out.
Offense number 16. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
So they tried to draw him offside. Couldn't do that. And now Jack Fox and the punt team will come out. We did mention the wind earlier. 14 miles an hour at kickoff, gusting up to 33. It was swirling a little bit down the field, Ross.
It was. Right now, it looks like it's going left to right, meaning it's to the back of the Lions. So the concern here, if you're Dan Campbell, is that this will be a touchback and you'll only net about 25 yards. I think it's very curious they didn't go for it after the run on 3rd and 9.
So Fox will punt. Gibson standing at his own 6. Here's the snap. Fox under no pressure. Drops the nose of the football. It's a short end-over-end kick. Gibson racing up. Signals for a fair catch. And he's got it at the 15-yard line. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Sunday Night Football.
WJRW Grand Rapids, W291DJ Grand Rapids, a Cumulus media station, is the ticket, West Michigan.
Ryan Radke, Ross Tucker, the rest of our great Westwood One crew here in Philadelphia. 1:19 to go first quarter. Eagles 3, Lions nothing. Eagles will start this drive at their own 15. Their right tackle, Lane Johnson, taken to the locker room. He is questionable to return with a foot injury. So the second straight game that Johnson has had to leave. Hurts will go under center. Barkley is the single back. Receivers left and right. Here's the snap. Hurts back. Handed off Barkley. Running left. Trying to turn the corner. He cuts it up. And takes a shot from Brian Branch up from his safety spot. Barkley knocked down up around the 19-yard line. Maybe the 20. Call it a gain of about 4.5. It'll bring up second down for Philadelphia.
So one thing that's interesting and notable is the Eagles have been using a lot of 6 offensive linemen over the last couple of games with really good success. That 6 offensive lineman has been Fred Johnson. Well, with Lane Johnson out, he now needs to be the starting right tackle. On that play, they still went with the extra offensive lineman, but it was Matt Pryor. You wonder just how many reps he's even had in that.
Second down 5 from the 20. Hands off Barkley. Hit in the backfield, gets away initially, and then is buried by Jack Campbell. Barkley taken down for a loss again, a loss of 3, back to the 17-yard line. Alim McNeil had the initial penetration, and Campbell finished him off.
Lots of penetration. It has not been good so far for this Eagles offense. Multiple Detroit Lions in the backfield right after the ball was snapped there.
Eagles facing a 3rd down and 8. They do not have to run another play, and they will not. Jalen Hurts is jogging over to the sideline, down to 3 seconds left, down to 2, down to 1, and we have reached the end of the first quarter. With the score, the Eagles 3, the Lions nothing. You are listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
LinkedIn gets B2B marketing and knows that every win is derived from a well-orchestrated play. With LinkedIn ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. LinkedIn has grown to a network of over 1 billion professionals that you can reach based on job title, industry, and more. Start converting your B2B audience into high-quality leads today. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Just go to linkedin.com/campaign. That's linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. Only on LinkedIn ads.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you can get up to 40% off, plus up to an extra $1,000 off select innovative appliances like GE Profile. Add a touch of ease to your holiday with the all-in-one combo to wash and dry your laundry in one machine. And refrigerators with built-in convenient features like the dual dispense autofill water pitcher. Shop Black Friday savings on select GE Profile appliances, plus get free delivery now at the Home Depot. Free delivery on appliance purchases of $396 or more. Offer valid 11/5 through 12/3. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapor Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapor Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Back in Philadelphia, where it's time for the start of the second quarter, sponsored by Vicks Vapor Stick. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors for the whole family in an easy-to-use stick. And for steamy, non-medicated shower vapor yourself, try Vapor Shower Max. Use as directed. 3-0 Eagles after 1. Ross, in some ways, it kind of feels like the Eagles have really dominated so far, and yet only a 3-point lead against Detroit.
And that's a concern. When you know things are going your way, they've had an interception that they got the ball on the 11-yard line. The defense has played very well. You know that this Lions offense is going to break through at some point. The Eagles offense needs to hold up their end of the bargain, which has been an issue at times this year.
Eagles have a 3rd down and 8 from their own 17. Hurts a lot up in the shotgun. He's got Shipley to his left. 2 receivers left and right. Hurts points to his left, brings Devontae Smith in motion from that side. Goes to the hard count. Lions don't jump. Plenty of time on the play clock for Jalen Hurts. Gets the shotgun snap. He's back to throw. Hurts looking, throws right side, caught by Smith, and he's going to be close to a first down, but now they say incomplete. He didn't hang on. That's the second time Devontae Smith has had his hands on the ball and not been able to hang on going to the ground. It is 4th down, and Philadelphia will punt.
And as soon as Devontae Smith came up off the ground, he tapped his chest to say, that's on me. I should have caught it. So that's 2 drops for Devontae Smith, which is extremely rare. He's got excellent hands typically.
3rd punt of the game for Braden Mayer. Khalif Raymond standing at his own 32 to return. Mann gets the snap. It's a high spiraling kick, not real deep to the near sideline, and Raymond will field it already out of bounds. Let's see where they mark it. Raymond caught it about the 39. They may get a little more than that. The official walking up. Nope, he's going to put it. And now he will move it 1 yard forward to the 40-yard line. And the Lions will have easily their best starting field position after a 43-yard punt. Keep the NFL in reach all season long with NFL Plus Premium. Sign up today at plus.nfl.com/radio. Terms and conditions apply. Well, now they moved it back a yard to the 39. So they went from the 39 to the 40, back to the 39. Why? Your guess is as good as mine. 1st and 10. Lions at their own 39-yard line. The 2 receivers stacked right, single man left. Goff under center with Gibbs, the running back. Williams in motion from the left. Goff gets the snap. He'll hand it off Gibbs, running between the hash marks, lowers his shoulder, and he powers his way forward out to the 45-yard line. That'll be a gain of 6 for Jahmyr Gibbs. Reed Blankenship on the stop. That'll bring up 2nd down and 4.
Notable for the Lions that their starting right guard, rookie Tate Ratledge, still not out there. So Tristan Colon, the 5th-year man out of Missouri, he's really a backup inside swing guy by trade. He's still in there at right tackle.
2nd down and 4, slot right, single man left. Goff with the shotgun gets the snap. He will hand it off to Gibbs, starts left, cuts it back between the hash marks. He takes a shot as he gets a couple of yards on the play. Give him 3 out close to the 48-yard line. Zach Bond with the tackle. Jaylen Phillips was in there as well, and now it'll be 3rd and about a yard and a half coming up for Detroit.
Lions bring in the heavy set, the extra offensive lineman, Dan Skipper, who's the tallest player in the NFL at 6'9", 334. Interestingly, when he's out there, there's more play-action pass than you would expect.
Lions 0 for 2 on 3rd down tonight. This is 3rd and 1. Here's the snap. Goff back. Handoff. Gibbs straight ahead. Didn't get there. Ran right into the waiting arms of the Eagle defense. No gain on the play. 4th down and a yard coming up. What does Dan Campbell want to do here? At least for the time being, the offense is staying out. That was Jaylen Phillips again, Ross, who helped blow that play up.
Right back on the football here. Are they just trying to go for the hard count? It's 4th, and I would call it almost 1.5. Certainly a long one.
Goff under center with Gibbs, the single back. Here's the snap. Goff, handoff, Gibbs again, straight ahead. I don't know. He needed a yard. I don't think he got it. And based on the initial spot, he did not. Wow. Eagles defense is walking off the field, and there is the official signal. They get the stop. So the Lions back-to-back runs to Gibbs, unable to convert, and Philadelphia will take over in Detroit territory. Moro Ojomo that time was in the backfield and hit Gibbs around the ankles.
Every D lineman for the Eagles stood up their offensive linemen and stoned them at the point of attack. What a defensive effort by both teams so far tonight.
13:02 to go first half. Eagles on top 3-0. They'll have the football when we return. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
I'm with Applied Innovation customer David Band, Vice President of Communications for Volunteers of America, an organization that supports veterans, seniors, and families with affordable housing.
We rely on Applied Innovation for a multitude of services, from IT support through our multifunctional devices. These devices are supremely important to our innovation and our ability to serve our clients.
Applied Innovation's culture means being involved in their local communities.
The Applied Innovation staff is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, whether they are supporting our mission, supporting our events, or helping us with what we need, it's not often we can find an organization that quote-unquote just gets it.
The benefit of Applied Innovation support?
Bottom line benefit is I can get out there, I can engage with the community and help spread the mission and help people that need our services, veterans, seniors, and families.
Looking for a company that simply gets it? Call Applied Innovation today, 800-521-0983, or visit appliedinnovation.com. Applied Innovation, office technology made simple from a partner you can trust.
Hey,
If you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflesh.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflesh.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflesh.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflesh.com.
Don't miss all the NFL excitement next Sunday on CBS and Fox. Check your local listings for games and times in your area. Catch the NFL on CBS and Fox. 3-0 Eagles, 13:02 to go first half. Eagles will start this drive at the Lions' 48 after a stop on 4th and 1. Hurts will line up under center with Barkley, the single back. Extra offensive lineman Pryor is in the game. 2 receivers right, including the tight end Goddard. Single man out to the left. Hurts looks over that Lions defense, squats down behind the center. Cam Jurgens takes the snap, back on a play fake. Sets his feet, plenty of time. Hurts taking a shot deep down the field into double coverage, and it's well overthrown. He was looking for Devontae Smith. 2 Lions were back there, Amik Robertson and Thomas Harper. And that'll bring up 2nd out of 10. Ross, let's go back to the 4th down stop. Moro Ojomo made the tackle, but the veteran Brandon Graham was a big part of that play.
You know what? Brandon Graham slanted in, and he knocked the left guard, Coyote Aushika, right back into Jahmyr Gibbs. They ran a stunt to that side, which is a little bit stunning. To run a stunt on 4th and 1 like that, you'd be worried about getting knocked back.
Eagles go empty on 2nd down and 10. Trips right, 2 receivers left. Hurts gets the shotgun snap. He's back to pass against a 4-man rush. He floats it down the left side. Numbers incomplete. A little bit behind Dallas Goedert. Brian Branch, the safety, was in coverage, and that'll bring up 3rd down and 10.
So earlier in the game, Hurts was hitting the receivers right on the hands, and they were dropping it. Those last 2, those are on Hurts. First down, the deep post to Devontae Smith was not there. You cannot throw a deep post when there's a middle of the field safety sitting there waiting for it. Really lucky it wasn't intercepted. And then that one, he and Goddard not on the same page about a back shoulder throw. Probably should have been a better throw. Again, Eagles have great field position, and they're not doing anything with it.
3rd down and 10. Ball at the Lions 48. Shotgun snap to Hurts, back to pass. Blitz coming. Hurts looks, throws left sideline. Incomplete again. Trying to get that one to Devontae Smith. Coming back for the football, unable to make the catch. Amik Robertson was in coverage. And here comes Braden Mann. The Eagles can do nothing with the field position. They'll punt it away.
And it was really good coverage from Amik Robertson on Devontae Smith. Give him some credit. That's the 2nd time. Robertson, who's not a big guy but moves very well, was right there, stride for stride with Devontae Smith.
So Braden Mann will punt. Khalif Raymond standing at his own 7-yard line. Cal Adamitis, the former Bengal, will snap it back to Mann. Snap is on the way. Mann has it chest high. Hits a high-end over-end kick. Raymond running up, and he makes a diving catch around the 20-yard line. There are multiple penalty flags on the field. Boy, that wind was really wreaking havoc there with Raymond. Right now the ball is at the 21. Let's see about the markers. It looks like this one's going against Philadelphia.
Personal foul face mask.
Wow. They decide to tack it on. The Lions would start at their own 36. Dan Campbell could also elect to have him punt it again. Let's see what he wants to do.
Personal foul, face mask, kicking team number 54. It's a 15-yard penalty. 1st down, Lions.
So the Lions will choose to tack on the penalty after just a 27-yard punt. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is the man that is called for the face mask. Ryan Radke, Ross Tucker here in the Grainger broadcast booth in Philadelphia. Game plan with Grainger to gain a competitive advantage. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by for the supplies and solutions to help keep your business moving forward. Well, the officials still trying to get the ball spotted here. And they're going to put it at the 35-yard line. So that's where the Lions will start. First down and 10. Jared Goff, 4 of 7, 41 yards and a pick. David Montgomery, 3 carries, 10 yards. Jahmyr Gibbs, 5 carries, just 8 yards so far.
The Lions are too good, though, for the Eagles to continue to give them these chances. You get the ball twice, your defense gives you golden opportunities. The Eagles only have 3 points to show for it. Can they continue to shut down this high-powered Lions offense?
Shotgun snap, handoff David Montgomery, dancing left hash, now cuts it back to the right between the hash marks. And Montgomery is out to the 39-yard line, gain of 4. Jalen Carter with the tackle. And that'll bring up a second down and 6. And I think you mentioned it earlier, Ross, and all this talk about the Eagles offense, what's wrong with them, and A.J. Brown's complaints. On the flip side of that, you have an Eagles defense that held the Packers to 7 points at Lambeau Field. It seems like they're just getting better as the season goes along.
I called that game with Kevin Harlan for us here at Westwood 1. Ryan, this feels like the same game. I feel like I'm just saying the same thing I did Monday night.
Second down, 6, shotgun snap, Goff, quick throw, right side, caught by the tight end Brock Wright. And he's run out of bounds by Zach Ball on the far side up at the 43-yard line. That'll go as a gain of 4. It'll leave the Lions with a third down and 2. So Brock Wright in there tonight. Sam Laporta ruled out with a back injury and then yesterday placed on IR. And that has got to be concerning, Ross, for Lions fans going forward.
No question, especially because it is a back injury. 3rd and 2. Both teams have really struggled in short yardage so far in this game. I don't expect the Lions to try to run it again.
Lions 0-3 on third down. Goff gets the shotgun snap. Back to pass. Rush coming. Goff looks. Throws down the middle. Incomplete. Had his receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown, at the 50-yard line, but the throw was behind him. And with no hesitation now, Dan Campbell sends the punt team out, and the Lions go to 0 for 4 on third down. And a couple of third and shorts they have failed to convert.
And that one I don't have a good explanation for. I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jerry Goff are usually very much on the same page. The only explanation might be the wind.
And now a fake punt by the Lions, and I don't think they got it. They didn't. The Lions tried to fake the punt and run up the middle, and they got nothing. I mean, maybe a half yard, and that's it. Nolan Smith made the stop.
Boy, you got to give Michael Clay, the special teams coordinator, for the Eagles a ton of credit. They were totally ready. The Eagles kept their defense out there. They know what Dan Campbell likes to do. I am surprised the Lions ran the fake punt anyway.
Snap that ball to Grant Stewart, and he gets nothing. Timeout with 11:16 to go in the second quarter. Eagles on top 3-0. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Surprise! Your expenses this month were way higher than you expected. Also, you forgot to renew your website domain, and now you're in a bidding war.
You should see the look on your face.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room, and now everything smells weird.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
What's the impact of hiring the right person for the job? Someone who simply doesn't fill a role but elevates it. Indeed Sponsored Jobs can help you connect with candidates who have the right experience and a proven track record. Find people who don't just complete tasks, they transform how work gets done. Don't leave hiring to chance. Sponsor your job posting on Indeed and match with the right candidates. Sponsor your job at Indeed.com/credit.
Scott Graham from our Westwood 1 studios. A look at the Week 11 scoreboard. Denver got a walk-off field goal today to beat Kansas City 22-19. For Denver, that's 8 wins in a row. It was over Tampa Bay 44-32. Baltimore wins in Cleveland 23-16. Pittsburgh gets a couple of defensive scores. They knock off the Bengals in Pittsburgh 34-12. Jacksonville beats up on the Chargers today 35-6. Houston a walk-off field goal in Tennessee. They beat the Titans 16-13. It was the Rams holding on for a 21-19 win over Seattle. San Francisco wins in Arizona 41-22. Green Bay a win in the Meadowlands against the Giants 27-20. A walk-off field goal for the Bears. They beat the Vikings in Minnesota today 19-17. Another walk-off, this one from Carolina in Atlanta. Ryan Fitzgerald, the game winner in overtime as Panthers win 30-27. And also an overtime field goal for the winner today in Madrid, Spain, as Miami beat Washington 16-13. All the details coming your way at halftime. For now, back to Philly. Ryan Radke and Ross Tucker.
All right, Scott, thanks very much. 11:16 to go first half. Eagles on top 3-0. After a stop on the fake punt, the Eagles will start this drive at the Lions 43, 1st and 10. It's the third time in the first half the Eagles have started in Lions territory. Pistol formation, Barkley is the back, receivers left and right. Hurts gets the snap, handoff Barkley straight ahead across the 40, spins out of a tackle, still on his feet, and down to the 35-yard line. So Saquon Barkley rips off 8. That'll bring up 2nd and 2. Ross, let's go back to the fake punt. The Lions trying to fool the Eagles, who, as you pointed out, left their defense on the field. So if you're Detroit, what has to happen in that situation?
Well, typically it's the up back has the ability to either keep the fake on or take it off, or if he sees it, can call timeout. I am stunned that they run it. You almost never run a fake punt against punt safe, the starting defense.
2nd down and 2, handoff Barkley straight ahead again, and he's got the first down as he powers his way down to the 32.
Unless, Ryan, it's like a Princess Bride scenario, and Dan Campbell's thinking nobody ever runs a fake punt against the starting defense. So even though those guys are out there, they'll think they're not coming with a fake. We're out here, and then you run the fake anyway, which blew up entirely in their face. Kind of like the dude in Princess Bride who thinks he knows what he's doing, and then he dies from the poison.
Only on Westwood One will you get the Princess Bride analogy. 1st and 10 Eagles at the Lions 32. Hurts in the shotgun, Smith in motion from left to right. Here's the snap. Hurts back to pass. Fires down the middle. It's tipped and incomplete. Trying to find A.J. Brown again. That pass went through his hands, but I think it was deflected before it ever got there. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
It almost went through 2 guys' hands. It went through Goddard's hands and then almost went through A.J. Brown's hands to the point where you almost aren't sure who actually was supposed to get the ball. I think 2 things if I'm the Eagles right now. What about Saquon Barkley in the passing game? And it might be time to break out Jalen Hurts' legs via a quarterback draw or a designed quarterback run.
2nd down 10 from the 32. 2 receivers right, including Smith, who goes in motion to the left. Shotgun snap to Hurts, fake to Barkley, throws right side. Brown makes the catch, and he's dropped immediately by Amik Robertson. And that'll be a loss on the play back to the 34, a loss of 2. Boy, I'll tell you what, Amik Robertson has come to play tonight.
He has. I know a lot of times in these games we have a defender of the game. Right now, for me, it'd be Amik Robertson because he has been outstanding. He read that right from the start. Fred Johnson not able to get him. That's a tough matchup for an offensive tackle to have to get out there and block a slender, athletic, agile corner like Robertson.
Officially called a loss of 1, so it's 3rd down and 11. Trips left, 2 receivers right. Hurts in the shotgun, gets the snap, and here's a quarterback draw along the right hash across the 30, over the 25, takes a shot, stayed on his feet. Hurts is all the way down to the 16. Hurts took a hit going down, did not hit the ground. He landed on a defender, popped back up, and picked up about 6 more yards. Gain of 17, and the Eagles convert on 3rd and long.
Always makes me feel good as a broadcaster to know that the Eagles coaching booth has our audio on. It does look like Hurts' left knee went down as he spun around. Replay assist may come in and move the spot back.
After replay assist, ball carrier was down at the 21-yard line. It is still a first down. It's still a first down.
So that'll cost them 5 yards, but it will be a first down. And there you go. Ross Tucker to Kevin Patullo, down to Jalen Hurts. And a first down. The crowd is seeing the replay. I don't know why they're booing. It is clear as day that Hurts' left knee was on there.
You know why they're booing? Because the call went against the Eagles. It doesn't matter if it's the exact correct call. It doesn't matter if they all see it with their own eyes. They still shouldn't have done a call against the Eagles. So, Ryan, you don't know what it's like. You're not from around here.
That is true. You are correct. My apologies. Slot right, single man left, 1st and 10 from the Lions 21. Shotgun snap, handoff Barkley, straight ahead along the right hash. Gets in behind the pile and drives his way to the 18. That'll go as a gain of 3. It'll bring up second down and 7 as the Eagles enter the red zone with a 3-0 lead. 8:07 to go here in the second quarter. DJ Reader on the tackle on that last play.
It's hard to overstate how significant it would be for the Lions if they hold another field goal here. I mean, to give the opponent the ball in your territory 3 times and really have 3 turnovers, even though 2 of them were turnovers on down, and only be down 6-0 would be gigantic for Detroit.
Hurts in the shotgun. He's got Devontae Smith to his left, Barkley to his right. Here's the snap. Hurts back to pass, swings it out left side, caught by Barkley, hit by Anzalone, and he'll bring him down. What a tackle by Alex Anzalone. Rossi read the play beautifully, but Saquon Barkley is a tough guy to get down. Anzalone wraps him up and throws him down for a loss of 8.
And that's why Anzalone is one of the most underrated linebackers in the NFL. He is so athletic, so good in coverage. He read it right away. Cam Jurgens, the center, was supposed to block him, wasn't able to do it. And you're right. For Anzalone in the open field to throw Barkley down is super impressive. 3rd and a long way for the Eagles.
3rd down 15 from the 26. Twin receivers left and right. Hurts in the shotgun. Shipley to his right. Here's the snap. Back to pass. Looks, throws left. Caught by Brown on the slant. And he spins his way down to about the 16-yard line. That's still 5 yards shy of the first down. Rocky Yassin with the tackle. And at least right now, the Eagles' offense is staying out there. Gain of 10 on the play. Officials getting the ball spotted. They are staying out.
Yeah, I think at this point in the NFL, anytime it's 4th and about 5 or 6 or less, people come out and at least do the hard count. I don't know if they'll go for it, but they'll at least try with a hard count here.
Hurts will line up in the shotgun. Eagles 11 of 16 on 4th down this year. 2 receivers right, single man left. Hurts goes to the hard count. Goddard goes in motion. Lions don't jump, and now Nick Sirianni will take the timeout. So they tried to get him to jump. The Lions didn't bite, and now it looks like the field goal team will come out.
And the only thing I disagree with there is if you're Sirianni, I would not have called timeout there. There's not a big difference between the 16-yard line and the 21-yard line from a field goal attempt. I think you could argue it's more valuable to keep that timeout. The only caveat I would say is because it's windy, maybe they didn't want to have it from that far away. But that could be a valuable timeout here towards the end of the half.
So Jake Elliott has already hit from 27. This one will be from 34. It'll come from the left hash. Trying to give the Eagles a 6-0 lead. Elliott steps it off. Man looks back at him. Elliott says he's ready to go. Adamitis the snap. Ball is down. The kick is on the way, and it is good. So Jake Elliott hits for the second time in the first half, and the Philadelphia lead is now 6-0. With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America. Close Shave Barbasol. 6:02 remaining first half. Eagles on top 6-0. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Downy rinse tonight, and I need it more. My king was the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do. I'm always in the dark. The sweat and dead short smells like a dog park.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol, America's #1 brand of shaving cream. Barbasol's instant thick lather gives you a close, comfortable shave at a trusted value.
Barbasol. NFL play-by-play lives on Westwood One.
30, the 20, far side 10.
Catch Westwood One's exclusive audio play-by-play coverage of any primetime NFL game.
Touchdown!
Listen live on the Westwood One Sports app.
6:02 to go first half. Eagles 6, Lions nothing. Let's check the drive summary sponsored by GoodRx. For simple, smart savings on your prescriptions, check GoodRx. Go to GoodRx.com or download the free GoodRx app. 9 plays, 27 yards, 5:14 off the clock. 34-yard field goal for Jake Elliott. And a 6-0 Eagles lead. Jacob Sailors and Khalif Raymond back deep to return the kickoff. And with the wind blowing, Braden Mann is going to have to come out and hold. So here comes Ross Tucker's favorite play, the legal 12th man.
I was part of history. Last year in the Cardinals-Buffalo Bills game, the opener, the Cardinals needed the extra guy out there. I witnessed the first legal 12 men on the field in NFL history.
Raymond down on a knee, has the kickoff at the 5, runs across the 15 up to the 20, 25, and he's out to the 26-yard line. And that's where the Lions will start first down at 10.
Just for the folks out there that might not be familiar, you're driving home from whatever you did today on a Sunday or throughout the weekend. Because of the new dynamic kickoff, if there's a wind issue, you can have a 12th player come out and hold for the kicker. However, they must immediately sprint off the field. They can't linger. They can't get involved in the play. But yes, there are 12 men on the field when the ball is kicked.
Lions first and 10 at their own 26. Goff under center, takes the snap, fake the handoff to Gibbs, back to pass, throws, batted again, incomplete. Trying to get it to Amon-Ra St. Brown. That might have been Jordan Davis again. He had the tip earlier in the game that ended in an interception, and I think he just got another one.
Jalen Carter had at least 2 on Monday night against the Packers. Now Jordan Davis already has 2 in this game. The best part about that, if you're an Eagles fan, is it shows that his football intelligence is getting better. He reads play action. He knows he's not going to get to the quarterback. Reads his eyes, gets his big right hand on a ball.
Second down 10 from the 16. Goff back on a play fake, looking, throws down the field. Wide open St. Brown at the 45, up to the 50, near sideline 40, and he steps out of bounds. Kind of a wobbly throw from Jared Goff, but right to a wide open Amon-Ra St. Brown, who rumbles down the near sideline for 34.
Amon-Ra came all the way from the right side. It was short motion. He got lost. He went up inside between offensive linemen, and what happened is Cooper DeJean, who was trying to cover him, ran into his own linebacker, Zach Bond. He got picked by his own guy.
Second catch of the game for St. Brown. First and 10 Lions at the Eagle 40. Goff under center, brings St. Brown in motion from left to right. Here's the snap. Goff back on a play fake, looking, fires down the field, caught by Williams, angles left 20, down to the 15, inside the 10, sprinting to the end zone, touchdown Lions. Jamison Williams makes the catch, runs away from the defense, all the way to the end zone. A 40-yard touchdown strike, and the Lions have tied the game. There is a penalty flag after the play. This might be a celebration penalty on Williams.
It is.
Jumped up onto the goalpost.
It's terrific play action pass. Adoree Jackson cannot stay with Jamison Williams, and they ran interference in the form of Raymond, which got involved.
After the touchdown, unsportsmanlike conduct by Detroit number 1. It's a 15-yard penalty on the PAT.
Now, where that could be significant, Ross, is this is now going to be a 48-yard extra point. It's into the wind. As we look at the goalpost, you can see them moving a little bit in the wind. So this is putting some pressure on Jake Bates.
And I have to be honest with you, I'm not sure. I think that there's a rule that you're not allowed to mess with the field goal post in any way, because otherwise I don't really know why he got flagged for 15 yards for that.
So Bates for a 48-yard PAT try out of the hold of Jack Fox. Hogan Hatton with the snap. Fox puts it down. Bates with the kick on the way, and it's no good. He missed it wide right, and this game remains tied. So the penalty looms large, and instead of having a lead, the Lions and Eagles are tied at 6 with 5:05 to go in the second quarter. Let's check the drive summary, sponsored by Straight Talk. Your favorite song shouldn't have to wait for Wi-Fi. Switch to Straight Talk and get real unlimited data on Verizon's 5G network. Straight Talk, available at straighttalk.com or Walmart. 3 plays, 74 yards. It took less than a minute. Jamison Williams with the 40-yard catch and run for the touchdown. But the missed PAT leaves it a 6-6 game with 5:05 to go here in the first half.
Man, that is a costly penalty. Maybe he didn't know that was a penalty if you're Jamison Williams. Let's hope that's the case, because if someone did something intentionally, knowing they'd be flagged, that would be so incredibly selfish. As a teammate, I would be furious.
He jumps right into the goalpost stanchion, his legs and arms wrapped around it. And now the ball just fell off the tee as Bates was approaching it. And now we're going to get the legal 12th man again, as Fox will come out to hold this one for Bates. Gibson and Shipley back deep. Bates on the approach with an end-over-end kick. Over on the far left side of the field, taken by Gibson at the 13, across the 20, 25, over the 30, up to the 35, and out to about the 36, maybe the 37-yard line. Good starting field position for the Eagles. With exactly 5 minutes to go in the second quarter, Grant Stewart, the special teams ace, got down there to make the tackle after a 23-yard return. Now, so here we go. 5 minutes to go. First half. Eagles have the ball. Lions will get the ball to start the second half. They deferred at the start of the game.
Eagles only have 71 yards of offense to this point. The Lions have doubled them up with over 140 yards of offense.
Well, coming in, Philadelphia, the best red zone offense in the NFL. Detroit, 4th best red zone defense in the league. So far, in that respect, advantage Detroit. They've held them to a couple of field goals. Hurts will line up in the shotgun. Empty formation. Here's the snap. Hurts back, looking right, throws right sideline for Brown. He makes the catch. Robertson is right there to jump on his back up at about the 45. That'll be a gain of 9. It'll bring up second down and 1.
Robertson again. Yeah, sorry, Ryan. Robertson again had awesome coverage. I mean, that's just A.J. Brown's 228-pound frame and strong hands that was able to snare the ball out of the air.
Brown 5 catches, 32 yards. Second down and 1. 2 receivers left, 2 tight ends right. Shotgun snap. Hurts back. Blitz coming. Hurts looking. Throws across the middle. That's caught by the tight end Granson. And he is dropped by Brian Branch up at the 49. That's a gain of 4. It'll be a first down. So Kylan Granson getting involved, just his 3rd catch of the year, the free agent pickup from Indianapolis.
And that's because the Eagles are going with a few more 2 and 3 tight end sets, probably in part because Lane Johnson's out and his replacement, Fred Johnson, the typical 6 offensive lineman, is out there at right tackle.
Eagles 1st and 10 at their own 49ers and give to Barkley out of the pistol. He runs off the left side. He spins his way forward down close to the 47, maybe the 46-yard line of Detroit. Call it a gain of 5. That'll bring up 2nd and 5. Clock moving, 3:45 to go second quarter in a 6-6 game. Derek Barnes, 5th-year man out of Purdue, made the tackle. Hurts back in the shotgun on 2nd down and 5. 2 receivers to the right side of the formation, single man left. Granson is a wing to the right side. Hurts gets the shotgun snap. Back to pass, looking right, pats the football, throws, wide open, catch made. Turning out of bounds is Jahan Dotson. Out of bounds on the near sideline at the 37-yard line of Detroit. Malik Robertson in coverage again. That's a gain of 9. It's another Philadelphia first down.
Nice separation by Dotson, the former first-round pick for Washington out of Penn State. Eagles again going on the football. They don't want the Lions to be able to substitute. They believe this defensive line's tight.
From the Lions 37, 1st and 10, shotgun snap, hand to Barkley, lost the ball, and I think Barkley got it back at the 40-yard line. Hurts held that ball out, and it bounded away from Barkley, who was able to reach out with his hand, pull it back into his body at the 40. That'll be a loss of 3, bring up 2nd down and 13.
It looked to me like that was supposed to be a pass all the way. I thought initially maybe it was an RPO or run-pass option, but watching the offensive linemen, how high they were out of their stance, they weren't blocking run at all. That ball was never supposed to get near Barkley. I think he just knocked it out of Hurts' hands by accident.
Second down, 13. Bigsby in the game and running back. Hurts will hand off to him. Bigsby running right side. Big hole 35. Along the numbers 30. Down to the 25. And take Bigsby all the way down around the 23. So Bigsby spells Barkley and picks up 17 before Thomas Harper could make the tackle.
By far the best blocked play of the day for the Eagles. The Lions lost contain to that right side.
We have reached the 2-minute warning in Philadelphia, sponsored by Uline. Success in sports starts with the fundamentals. Uline's fundamentals are quality tested shipping and industrial products always in stock and ready to ship today. That's Uline. 6-6 game between the Lions and the Eagles. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Carne asada is back at Chipotle. It's our most tender steak, expertly grilled throughout the day, expertly seasoned with garlic, cumin, and coriander, expertly finished with fresh lime and hand-cut cilantro and crafted just for you. Nobody does carne asada like Chipotle. Nobody. Our most talked about steak is only here for a limited time, so order now in the app for pickup or delivery. Chipotle, for real.
Don't miss all the NFL excitement on NBC next Sunday night when the Los Angeles Rams meet the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Of course, also hear that game right here on many of these same stations, on the Westwood One Sports app or online at westwoodonesports.com. Big win for the Rams today, Ross, in a matchup of two teams that maybe are the best in the NFL right now. Rams come out with a 2-point victory against Seattle.
Well, I know you listen to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, and I had the Rams #1 in my power rankings. They will not be moving pretty much no matter what happens in this contest, because I also think the Seahawks are really good, and the Rams have been on an epic run. Matthew Stafford, right now, I think is most people's MVP of the league.
Meanwhile, here, the team that is currently the #1 seed in the NFC, the Philadelphia Eagles, tied with the Lions 6-6, 2 minutes to go first half. Eagles have it at the Lions 23, first down and 10. Hurts will line up in the shotgun. He's got Bigsby to his right. 2 receivers left, 2 tight ends right. Smith in motion from the left. Here's the snap. Handoff. Bigsby running outside the right hash. Has a seam. He stood up at about the 16 and driven backwards. But another nice run for Tank Bigsby. In there for Saquon Barkley. A gain of 7. Brian Branch the tackle, and now Barkley will come back in for second down and 3, along with Matt Pryor, the extra offensive lineman.
And what's great about that is it keeps the clock moving. Doesn't look like the Eagles burning a timeout earlier is going to hurt them. In fact, they will be very intentional about trying to take as much time off the clock here as they can to try to allow Goff and company to have as little time as possible after this Eagles series.
Eagles have 2 timeouts, Lions all 3. Second down 3 from the 16. Hurts under center, gets the snap, takes the toss to Barkley, fires right, caught by Brown. He dives down to the 5-yard line. That's a first down. A.J. Brown on the slant, gains 11, and the Eagles have a first and goal, back in the red zone again.
Lions should have called timeout right there. I'm a little bit surprised that Dan Campbell didn't. Perhaps he's thinking he'll do it on first, second, and third down here, but the Eagles might have incomplete passes. Campbell's letting a lot of time go off the clock here.
Down to 47 seconds to go with the clock running. First and goal, Eagles from the 5. Hurts in the shotgun with Barkley to his right. 2 receivers stacked left, 2 tight ends right. Devontae Smith walks in motion from the left, stops on that into the line. Shotgun snap, hand off Barkley, up the middle, hit, bouncing, diving, and in! Touchdown Eagles! A 5-yard touchdown run for Saquon Barkley, showing off the power and athleticism. And with 29 seconds to go in the first half, it's 12-6 Philadelphia with the extra point try coming up.
This is a close one. Barkley at the 1.5-yard line got hit. I think he made it in. I think he somehow levitated for that last half yard. It looks like they might take a look at it, though.
Well, I think the question, Ross, is going to be his right shin. I mean, you're right. It is awfully close. Hard to see if that was right above the grass or maybe if it hit. This Close Shave Instant Replay review is sponsored by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Why pay more for gels when Barbasol delivers an instant thick lather for a close, comfortable shave? Choose Barbasol, a quality shave and trusted value.
Interestingly, if he's not in, I don't think it really hurts the Eagles because they will run the tush-push, and I'd be stunned if they didn't get in on the tush-push. You never know. There could be a fumbled snap or whatever, but if anything, it would just allow the Lions to have to call a timeout here. It looks like they're going to call him short because Eagles offensive players are coming back out onto the field while the kick team is coming off.
It looks to me like his shin is down just before he gets that ball across the goal line. But you're right. I think we all know what's coming if they do mark him short. Alex Kemp is off the headset. Now, because the clock would have been running, will the Eagles have to use a timeout here or take a 10-second runoff?
After review, the runner was short of the goal line. It'll be second down with 32 seconds left. By rule, we will run 10 seconds off the game clock. Please reset the game clock from 32 to 22 seconds.
So they run 10 seconds off.
So what I don't understand about that is he said by rule, but did he not ask Dan Campbell? My understanding is that Dan Campbell would have the ability there to use a timeout to not have the 10-second runoff, unless I'm mistaken.
And Campbell is talking to the official on the far side. But as you pointed out, Ross, he hasn't used timeouts yet, so maybe he's not concerned about it. By the way, this ball could not be closer to the goal line. I'm not sure how it's not touching the goal line right now.
This is actually one, if you're the Lions, you got to just try to jump the count here. You got to try to do whatever you can to knock the ball out, jump over the top. You can't just sit there and take it. Even if you get a penalty, what's it going to be, a centimeter?
Now, Jalen Hurts has 5 rushing touchdowns this year. Remember earlier, the Eagles did not run the tush push on 3rd and short. Well, they are certainly lining up for it here. I mean, the ball is literally an inch short of the goal line.
Most important thing here is the quarterback-center exchange. Sometimes in this stance, Jurgens fires way out really hard. You got to get the snap first.
So Hurts will line up under center. He's got it. He powers straight ahead, and Hurts is in. Touchdown, Philadelphia. So a 1-yard touchdown run for Jalen Hurts. It ends a streak of 3 consecutive games without a touchdown run for the Philly quarterback. And the Eagles now have that 12-6 lead with 10 seconds remaining in half number 1.
Well, after all that, with the Eagles' inability to be able to move the ball, by far their best drive of the game was on the last one. And kudos to the Eagles. Nobody moved up front. They've had a lot of false starts that haven't been called for some unknown reason. That time, everybody was on sides.
I was just going to say, the best thing about that play is we won't have any controversy about it. That time, clean snap, nobody moved, Hurts into the end zone. Easy touchdown. So Jake Elliott on for the PAT. Trying to make it a 7-point lead. Snap spot. Kick from Elliott is on the way. And it is good. So they put some time back on the clock. 16 seconds to go first half. It's the Eagles 13 and the Lions 6. Let's check the drive summary. Sponsored by Nationwide. Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're a financial services company, too. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. 10 plays, 64 yards, 4:55 off the clock. Jalen Hurts with his sixth touchdown run of the year. This one from 1 yard out. 22 total touchdowns now for Hurts on the season.
Ryan, we got to go back to this. I really, truly don't understand why the Lions did not use any timeouts after either the completion to A.J. Brown or the next play by Saquon Barkley. Now they only have 16 seconds, and they have 3 timeouts. But it's pretty unlikely, especially going into the wind, that they'll even get a field goal attempt. If you're the Eagles, I think it's critical you kick the ball in the field of play here to take more time off the clock. You do not want this going out of bounds or being a touchback. You want to run clock here on this kickoff.
Raymond and Sailors back deep. Elliott instead will drive this one through the end zone. That one hit the uprights on its way through the end zone, and so the Lions will have it now at the 35 with 16 seconds left and 3 timeouts. Now, you mentioned, Ross, they are going into the wind, but it's a lot of time for Detroit if they choose to go after it.
And because they have the 3 timeouts, they now have the opportunity to get at least 2 plays, big chunk plays, middle of the field, and still have time for a field goal.
Ross, I was just going to say, Dan Campbell just took his headset off. The Lions are lining up to take a knee.
I cannot believe I can't believe the Lions' end of first half clock management.
Interesting strategy by Dan Campbell. As Goff takes a knee, both teams will jog to the locker room, and the Philadelphia Eagles have a 7-point lead. End of the first half, Eagles on top, 13-6. When we return, Scott Graham rejoins us from our studios with the halftime report. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
You could think you found your dream home online. The kitchen island looks perfect for your inner chef. The backyard, a paradise for your green thumb. And that extra room, hello walk-in closet. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. And this sound, yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot of that. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She could get a deal. Book telehealth if she feel.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Progressive Insurance Studios. Welcome back to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One. Progressive offers auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today. Once again, here's your host, Scott Graham.
From our Westwood One studios, halftime in Philadelphia right now. The Eagles' late touchdown gives them a 13-6 lead over the Detroit Lions at the break. Let's take a look back at what happened earlier today in the National Football League. Denver Broncos, one of the talks of the league, winners of 7 in a row going into today, and maybe dealing a major blow to the Kansas City Chiefs today. Will Lutz hitting a game-winning 35-yard field goal today as time expired, and Denver beat Kansas City 22-19. Bo Nix did a great job of getting his team downfield into field goal position. He threw for 295 yards today, although he didn't throw for a score, but Denver has now won 8 in a row and at 9-2, sitting up on top the AFC West. Kansas City has won 9 straight AFC West titles, but they haven't been 5-5 in a decade. This is as far behind as Patrick Mahomes has ever been in his career as a starter. He threw for 276 and a score today, but Kansas City got a lot of ground to make up before the season is over if they want to win the division. Buffalo has ground to make up as well, with New England out in front of them. To keep pace today, they had to beat Tampa Bay. To do that, they had to put the ball in the hands of their best player.
3 receivers to the left, Cook to the right of Allen in the shotgun here on 2nd and 4. Allen back to pass, now going to tuck it and run as he's looking for the end zone, and the surge pushes him in for his 6th touchdown of the game. He is a beast with a capital B.
Chris Brown, WGR Sports Radio 550 in Buffalo. Yeah, you heard him right. 6 touchdowns. 3 passing, 3 running. Buffalo beats Tampa Bay today, 44-32, as Allen outduels Baker Mayfield, who threw for 173 yards and a touchdown. Tampa Bay still on top of their division at 6-4. Buffalo keeping pace at 7-3. Baltimore Ravens won their 4th in a row. They did it today in Cleveland, 23-16. The difference maker, Mark Andrews' first career rushing touchdown that came on a fake tush push in the 4th quarter. Baltimore now 5-5 for the year. Dylan Gabriel left the game with a concussion. Shedeur Sanders made his debut. It was not good. 4 for 16, 47 yards. Cleveland is now 2-8 on the season. Pittsburgh's defense came up big today at home against Cincinnati. They got a couple of scores, an interception return and a fumble return for a touchdown. Despite the fact that Aaron Rodgers left the game with a wrist injury, they beat Cincinnati 34-12. Pittsburgh stays up on top of the division at 6-4. Joe Flacco threw for a touchdown and an interception today. Cincinnati is 3-7. Jacksonville is 6-4. And if I sound amazed, it's not because they won the game, but the way they won it today against the Chargers at Everbank Stadium. They blew out the LA Chargers today, who could not find their way into the end zone. 35-6 was the final score in this one. Trevor Lawrence throws for a touchdown and runs for a score. 2 rushing touchdowns for Travis Etienne. And now, Jacksonville at 6-4, positioning itself as a playoff team if the postseason were to begin today. The other side, L.A. had won 3 in a row. Justin Herbert was just 10 for 18 for 81 yards and an interception today. The Chargers fall to 7-4. And it came down to yet another walk-off field goal. We had a bunch of them today. Houston got it after Tennessee went on a 95-yard drive to tie the game at 13. Davis Mills got them into range. Matthew Wright hit it from 35 yards out. And Houston beats Tennessee by a score of 16-13. So they sweep the season matchup with the Titans and get back to the 500 mark at 5-5. Cam Ward threw for 194 yards and a touchdown in this one, but Tennessee sees their record fall to 1-9 on the year. Our halftime score, Philadelphia 13, Detroit 6. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
If you own a business, chances are you pay your light bill because you want people to see that you're open.
So why wouldn't you look at advertising your business the same way? At Cumulus West Michigan, we spend hours keeping Michiganders engaged. So doesn't it make sense to entrust your advertising with a station that has everybody's attention?
TheTicketMI.com/advertising connects your business with us, and our 8 stations connect you with nearly 250,000 weekly adult listeners.
Plus, we're digital experts too, working with over 4,000 local campaigns with unique capabilities, so you know the return on your investment. Go to theticketmi.com/advertising and learn how we can help.
If you're a local business, we want to partner with you. Nobody knows West Michigan better than us.
Better get an extra phone line. We will make that phone ring.
We'd love to build your business through endorsements.
Go to theticketmi.com/advertising to learn more.
If you're in need of a marketing partner that wants the best for your business, choose Cumulus West Michigan.
A Better Life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
A new survey by Common Sense Media found that almost 3/4 of teens have now used AI companions. That's cause for concern, the author of this new report told us, because the teen years are a sensitive time for social development. We don't want kids to feel like they should be confiding or going to AI companion in lieu of a friend, a parent, or a qualified professional, especially when they need help with serious issues. These AI companions, to be fair, they can be very helpful, but they cannot model healthy human relationships. They can't teach you, for example, how to read body language, and they are programmed to please you. So teens lose out on learning how real-world interactions work. It's important to make sure your son or daughter understands all this, and perhaps most importantly, that they spend time with friends in the real world. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Sunday Night Football.
WJRW Grand Rapids, W291DJ Grand Rapids, a Cumulus media station, is the ticket, West Michigan.
7-point lead for the Eagles at halftime. Earlier today, we told you this was a day of walk-off field goals. The biggest one would have been for Seattle in the closing seconds over the Rams at SoFi Stadium.
This one to be decided by a field goal one way or another. Jason Myers from 61 yards to win it with 1 second to go for the Seahawks. Snap, hold, and boot on the way. It's fading right. It's bleeding right. It's no good. And the Rams are in first place in the NFC West.
JB Long, 710 ESPN Los Angeles, 21-19 the final. The Rams improved 8-2. Seattle falls to 7-3. Niners keep pace. They won in the desert today in Arizona, 41-22. 3 touchdowns for Christian McCaffrey, 2 for George Kittle, and the return of Brock Purdy. Green Bay got it done today at the Meadowlands, knocking off the New York Giants 27-20. Jordan Love throws for a couple of touchdowns. Jameis Winston trying to tie the game late, gets picked off in the end zone. For the Chicago Bears, another fourth quarter stunner today. They come from behind after Minnesota takes the lead. They get a Cairo Santos game-winning field goal from 48 yards out as time expires. It's unbelievable. 5 game-winning drives now for Caleb Williams this year. Chicago wins it 19-17. They're 7-3 on the season. Speaking of walk-off field goals, how about the overtime variety? Carolina did it today in Atlanta. Ryan Fitzgerald from 28 yards out as the Panthers beat the Falcons 30-27. And Miami did it today all the way across the ocean in Madrid, Spain. Riley Patterson hitting from 29 yards out as the Dolphins beat Washington 16-13. Our halftime score, Philadelphia 13, Detroit 6. When we return, Ryan Radke and Ross Tucker will have the second half kickoff. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Black Friday savings are here at the Home Depot, which means it's time to add new cordless power to your collection. Right now, when you buy a select battery kit from one of our top brands like Ryobi or Milwaukee, you'll get a select tool from that same brand for free. Click into one of our best deals of the season and stock up on tools for all your upcoming projects. Get Black Friday savings happening now at the Home Depot. Limit 1 per transaction. Exclusions apply. Full eligible tool list in-store and online.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Your business has goals, and you need the right team to help get you there. Don't cross your fingers and just hope quality candidates see your job posting. With Indeed-sponsored jobs, you can skip the waiting game and match with the talent that actually matters for your business. Plus, with Indeed-sponsored jobs, there are no monthly subscriptions, and you only pay for results. Don't leave hiring to chance. Hire better and work better with Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/.
It felt like nobody really cared.
Real people.
Every kid out there should be able to see themselves as a hero.
With real questions.
Can someone lie? Yes, absolutely. How do you respond to that?
Investigate TV Plus uncovers real problems, issues that affect us all.
He took his last breath in my arms.
This costed me my childhood.
If this doesn't change, will people get hurt? Honestly, it saved my life.
Investigate TV Plus. Check local listings at investigatetv.com. Sponsored by Gray Media.
Ryan Radke, Ross Tucker back in Philadelphia. Halftime, the Eagles on top of the Lions by a score of 13-6. Let's check the halftime stats, sponsored by Indeed. Ready to find the right candidates for your job posting? Indeed's sponsored jobs helps connect you with talent that actually matches what you're looking for. Start at Indeed.com/credit. Well, the number is pretty similar in the first half. 144 yards for Detroit, 138 for Philadelphia. Eagles 2 of 8 on third down. The Lions 0 for 4. Individually, Jalen Hurts 9 of 18 for 63 yards. He had a touchdown run. Jared Goff was 7 of 12, 119 yards, a touchdown, and an interception. Jamison Williams, 2 catches, 59 yards, and that TD from Goff. A.J. Brown, 8 targets in that first half, 6 catches for 43 yards. So the Lions will get the ball to start the second half, Ross. What do they have to do to get their offense going here in the final 30 minutes?
Play action pass. That's what they had success with on their last drive offensively. It's really what they do best, and I think they'll major in that here in the second half. For the Eagles, that last touchdown drive for them, they ran the ball better than they had all game long, especially Tank Bigsby. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a bunch more carries here in the second half.
Time now for the start of the second half, sponsored by Gray Media. Real people, real problems, real solutions. Investigate TV Plus is back with all new stories that impact you. Watch now or check local listings at investigatetv.com and their free streaming apps. Cold night, windy night here in Philadelphia. Game time temperature of 45 degrees, feeling like 33 with the wind. Jake Elliott will kick it away from our right to our left. The Lions won the opening toss. They deferred their option. And so they will have the ball here to start half number 2. Sailors and Raymond back deep. Elliott with the kickoff. It's a line drive kick sending Sailors back into the end zone. It bounces off his hands, and he'll let that one roll over the back line of the end zone for a touchback. And the Lions will start at their own 35, first down and 10. We mentioned the numbers on Jared Goff, 7 of 12, 119 yards, a touchdown, and an interception in that first half. The Eagles had plenty of chances. Lions defense was able to hold them to a couple of field goals in the red zone, but then Philadelphia, with a terrific drive at the end of the first half, gets the touchdown to go up by 7.
I'd also add, I thought Sirianni outcoached Campbell in that first half. You think about when they went for it, when they didn't go for it, the fake punt against the Eagles starting defense, the end of first half scenario, not Campbell's finest work.
Goff swings it out left side, Gibbs. A lot of room to run, 40, 45 to the 50. Gets shoved from behind by DeJean and out of bounds. They're going to mark him out in Philadelphia territory at the 48-yard line. It's a catch and run of 17 for Jahmyr Gibbs to start the second half. If you're the Lions, get the ball in the hands of one of your best playmakers.
Man, is he fast. I mean, that guy is like an absolute blur. I don't know what happened with the Eagles' coverage there, but he was basically uncovered when he caught the ball.
Goff under center on 1st and 10 from the Philly 48. Here's the snap. Goff back on a play fake. Sets his feet, looks, throws short left. Caught by Gibbs again across the 45. Down to the 40, and he spins his way forward close to another first down. Vaughn was in there with Quinyon Mitchell on the tackle. Looks like that's going to be good for 10. It will. It's another first down. So back-to-back touches for Jahmyr Gibbs. Back-to-back first downs for Detroit.
I said this once in the first half, Ryan, but you always know there's new listeners here in the second half. In my mind, you can't throw the ball to the running backs enough. And in particular, Jahmyr Gibbs. That guy is electric. He's so fast, it's scary.
From the Philadelphia 37, 1st and 10. Goff in the shotgun, Gibbs to his right. 2 receivers to that right side, single man to the left. Right, the tight end goes in motion from right to left. Here's the snap, handed off Gibbs, slicing left toward the numbers, and not a lot there. He gets wrapped up and dropped after a short gain on the play. Jordan Davis got out there to make the stop, and that'll bring up second down and long for Detroit on their opening drive here in the third quarter, trailing 13-6.
Jordan Davis making yet another play. He's in year 4. And the Eagles somewhat controversially picked up his 5th-year option, even though he didn't really do much his first 3 years. Right now, it's looking like a genius move the way he's played this season, and in particular tonight.
St. Brown in motion from left to right. Second down 9 from the Eagle 36. Ball is on the far side left hash. Goff in the shotgun gets the snap, back to pass, blitz coming, quick throw right side, caught by Wright. He's across the 35, spins his way forward before DeJean finally rides him out of bounds. It'll be at about the 32-yard line. That'll go as a gain of 4, and now a 3rd and 4 coming up for Detroit.
3rd and 4, again, if you're Dan Campbell and you think there's a decent chance you'd go for it on 4th down, then this could absolutely still be a rundown. Interestingly, they have both backs in the backfield. Wouldn't be surprised at all if they find one of those guys in the flat.
Gibbs to the left of Goff, Montgomery to the right, 2 receivers wide left, single man right. Goff in the shotgun, motions Gibbs out to the left, takes the snap, back to throw, looking, fires down the middle, off the hands of a diving St. Brown at the 15-yard line, incomplete. And that'll bring up 4th down. Adoree Jackson was in coverage. St. Brown had beat him to the inside with a throw a little too far out in front, and the Lions will go for it.
Dan Campbell showing no hesitation at this point, goes right down to the call sheet. Does make it a little bit different now when you're the head coach and the offensive play caller. I guess you don't have to ask or tell the coordinator, hey, it's 4-down territory if you're the head coach making that decision.
Lions 0 for 2 on 4th down in the game. Goff will line up in the shotgun. Williams goes in motion from right to left. Montgomery in the backfield to the right of Goff. Gibbs is also in the game, split wide left. Goff gets the snap. Back to pass. He's looking. Fires down the middle. Incomplete. Off the hands of Jamison Williams. He was open at about the 20. The throw was low. It caroms off his hands. The Lions are 0 for 3 on 4th down, and the Eagles will take over.
And that was just an errant throw by Goff. I mean, he's wide open, probably still should have caught it, but you don't see Goff missing this many throws very often.
12:15 to go, 3rd quarter. Eagles 13, Lions 6. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
To get ahead of lead and improve your drinking water quality, use a lead-reducing water filter if your home has or may have lead plumbing, a lead service line, or faucets older than 2014. Keep water moving with everyday activities like laundry, dishes, or showers. Before drinking or cooking, run your tap until water is cold. Clean faucets, aerators every 6 months. Learn more at michigan.gov/getaheadoflead. A message from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services and the Michigan Association of Broadcasters.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflush.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe, and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflush.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflush.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free, so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflush.com.
Game day is here. Gear up with official jerseys, hats, and more at NFL Shop. New season, new styles. Fan like a pro and shop now at NFLShop.com. Eagles take over at their own 32, 1st down and 10. Hurts will line up in the shotgun with Barkley to his left. 2 receivers stacked wide to the right. Single man left. Eagles on top, 13-6, 12:15 to go, 3rd quarter. Philadelphia taking over after a 3rd, 4th down stop in this game. Goddard goes in motion from right to left. Hurts now brings Granson in motion from the right. Takes the snap, handoff Barkley, up the middle, big hole. He's across the 35 to the 36. That goes as a gain of 4. It initially looked like it was going to be more than that. It'll bring up 2nd down and 6. Tyleik Williams with the tackle.
It was a massive hole that all of a sudden closed quickly. Branch came from the outside. Tyleik Williams got off a block, but the Eagles' offensive line is moving the Detroit front better than they did in the first half.
Slot right, 2 tight ends left. 2nd down and 6, shotgun snap. Hurts will hand it off. Barkley again straight ahead, and again has a nice hole across the 40, and he's going to be close to a 1st down. Looks like he's just short. Needed to cross the 42. They've got him right at the 42. It'll go as a gain of 5. Jack Campbell with the stop. 3rd and very short coming up. Let's see if we're going to see our second tush push of the game.
Excellent leg drive from Barkley, as well as Jordan Mailata and some of the offensive linemen finishing the play. They're at least going to line up here in tush-push formation. They do have variations off of it.
Hurts goes under center, and the Lions jumped. Oh, they're saying false start. This may be the one time the Eagles didn't false start, and they're going to call it. We'll see the replay. Boy, there's a lot of arguing going down on the field.
False start. Offense number 56. It's a 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Now, Ross, that's Tyler Steen, the right guard. I did see Steen pat the ground with his right hand. I wonder if that's what they saw. Steen reached out with his right hand and tapped the ground a couple of times. He actually touched the hand of a Lions player. And that must be what they're calling.
I don't know why Steen put his hand on Tyleik Williams' hand. He didn't need to do that. You can't move that forward like that. I think that's a good call, actually, by the officials. Steen needs to keep his hands to himself, like I tell my daughters.
So, back it up to the 37-yard line. 3rd down and 6. Shotgun snap to Hurts. He's back to throw. Hurts looking, moving left. He's going to go deep down the left sideline for Granson, and it's incomplete. Fans booing again. They wanted a pass interference call against Anzalone. The ball was underthrown. Granson tried to turn and make a one-handed catch. Couldn't do it, and now the Eagles have to punt it away after it looked like they had a sure first down. A false start, and then a miss on the deep ball, and Braden Mann has to punt it away.
I mean, Anzalone just locked up Granson on the out and up, and that's one where you'd like to see Granson come back through Anzalone's body and draw the pass interference penalty. They work on that all the time, but yet the guys don't do it as often as they should in real time.
And to punt, Khalif Raymond waiting inside his 15-yard line. And flags fly. The play clock ran out.
Delay a game. Offense number 10. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
So that'll back the Eagles up 5 yards.
And obviously you don't want the delay game, but I would submit to you, 10 minutes left in the 3rd quarter, I'd rather lose the 5 yards than lose a penalty.
Lose the timeout, yeah. You want to keep
lose the timeout,
yeah.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Braden Mann will punt it away. High end-over-end kick. Raymond running up, signals fair catch, and he's got it right at about the 28-yard line. Tumbles down on his backside. There was some contact made as he got up, and now the two players exchange a high five, saying, hey, no intent there on that one. I think that was Latu who came down on special teams who made contact with Raymond. But no harm, no foul, and the Lions will have it when we return. 10:30 to go 3rd quarter. Eagles 13, Lions 6. You are listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now Taxes is an open door, literally, to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts in person.
Hi, welcome in.
They're powered by Smart Tech and ready to do your taxes for you. Get real-time updates while you go about your day. Confident your taxes are done right. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. TurboTax stores opening soon. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
10:30 to go 3rd quarter. Eagles 13, Lions 6. Time now for our fact of the game, sponsored by Liberty Mutual.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Liberty Mutual customizes your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need. Well, coming into tonight, since the start of last year, both the Eagles and Lions are 21-5. That's tied for the best record in the NFL over that span. It equates to an .808 winning percentage. Directly behind Philly and Detroit, the Kansas City Chiefs, they're now 20-7 after their loss today against Denver. It goes back to what we talked about, though, Ross, the last couple of years, especially last year. Felt like we'd see these two teams in the playoffs, maybe in the NFC Championship game. Hasn't happened. This is their first meeting since week 1 of 2022.
In particular, I think everybody was surprised that we didn't get that NFC Championship game last year. Kudos to Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders for that win in Detroit. We're getting the matchup now, and it is absolutely critical for both teams. For the Eagles, for the number 1 seed, for the Lions, with the way the Packers and Bears both play today, they got to keep winning.
Goff under center, 1st and 10 from the 28. Handoff Montgomery, who runs outside the left hash, gets hit but keeps his legs driving. He's all the way out near the 30-40-yard line. So a good run by David Montgomery to pick up 6. That'll bring up 2nd down and 4. With the clock moving, 10-14 to go, 3rd quarter. Eagles 13, Lions 6. How about that Bears team? They have caught fire, Ross, after a tough start, blown out by the Lions in week 2. They've been nearly unstoppable since.
They keep winning these close games in dramatic fashion.
Trips right, 2nd down and 4. Goff back in the shotgun. Montgomery, the running back, to his left. Raymond in motion from right to left. Quick throw, right side, caught by Gibbs along the numbers 40, 45, 50. Cuts back inside 45, down to the 40, still going 35, all the way across the field 30, inside the 25, and finally wrestled down at the 24. Jahad Campbell made a touchdown-saving stop, but only after a catch and run of 42 by Gibbs.
There are not many guys faster than him in the NFL. That is unbelievable to watch Jahmyr Gibbs in open space. People were skeptical when they drafted him in the top half of the 1st round. Let me just tell you, that was a terrific pick. He's making NFL starting defensive players look bad out here.
1st and 10 from the Eagle 24. Goff in the shotgun. 2 receivers tight to the line on the right. Single man left. Right, the tight end goes in motion to the left. Here's a handoff. Gibbs running left, jump cut, and it gets inside the 25, down close to the 22. So Jahmyr Gibbs picks up a couple. Nolan Smith with the tackle. That'll bring up 2nd down and 8.
I'd probably run that play they ran to Gibbs. I'd probably run that 3 to 5 times a game. A quick wide receiver screen with Gibbs split outside. Got a terrific block by Penei Sewell on the safety who was responsible for Gibbs, Makuba, and then for him, it's just off to the races.
2nd down, 8 from the Eagle 22. Goff in the shotgun, Gibbs to his right. Single receiver, Williams left. 2 receivers stacked right, including St. Brown. Here's the snap. Goff will give it to Gibbs, straight up the middle, inside the 20. And Jahmyr Gibbs down to the 18-yard line. So 4 more for Gibbs. And that'll bring up a 3rd down play. It'll be 3rd down and 4. The Lions in the Lowe's red zone. Lowe's knows Sundays hit different when you earn them. So they're helping you with deals on top brands like Scott's, Pit Boss, Cobalt, and Trex Decking. Lowe's official partner of the NFL. Well, the Lions have not converted a 3rd down in this game. They are 0 for 5. This is
converted a 4th down either. They're 0 for 3 on 4th down.
Williams in motion from left to right. St. Brown, single receiver to the left. Goff in the shotgun. Gibbs is off to his left side. Play clock down to 4. Goff leans toward the line of scrimmage, takes the snap, handoff Gibbs, up the middle, spinning his way inside the 10, and down to the 9. So Jahmyr Gibbs bursting up the middle, picks up the 1st down, a gain of 8 for Gibbs, Andrew Makuba with the stop, and the Lions now have a 1st and goal from the 8-yard line.
Awesome play call by Dan Campbell. They went with the inside trap. Why do you do that? Because the defensive tackles are thinking pass. They're going up the field. You trap them and run right past them.
Goff in the shotgun, takes the snap, back to throw, fires right side. That's caught by Williams, but he's wrestled out of bounds by Jackson after a short gain down to about the 5-yard line. Jamison Williams, a guy you want to run after the catch. He couldn't do it that time, and they call it just a gain of 2 out of bounds at the 6. It'll be 2nd and goal.
When you get down here, a lot of times I'm thinking Amon-Ra St. Brown. The issue has been Cooper DeJean is the one locked up on Amon-Ra St. Brown right now. Maybe the best slot receiver against the best nickel corner.
Trips left, 2nd and goal from the 6. Here's the snap. Goff with a handoff. Gibbs slicing left to the hash marks. Takes a hit, spins off, and gets inside the 5, down to the 4. 2-yard gain for Gibbs. Reed Blankenship is the man that applied that hit. And that will be a 3rd down and goal for Detroit. With the clock moving, 6:19 to go, 3rd quarter, 13-6 Philadelphia.
Big time collision there by Reed Blankenship. You want to wrap a little bit better than that, but big time collision. 3rd and 4, same guys in my mind. It's Gibbs out of the backfield or it's St. Brown.
Trips right, St. Brown closest to the line of scrimmage. Williams single man to the left, tight to the line. Goff in the shotgun, Gibbs to his right. Here's the snap, handoff Gibbs along the left hash. Nothing there. Leans forward, got maybe a yard, and now it'll be 4th and goal. And again, it looks like the offense is staying out there for Detroit. Boy, the Eagles closed that down in a hurry. Jalen Carter was in there. Nakobe Dean was in there. Reed Blankenship was in there. And the Lions are leaving the offense out for 4th and goal.
It is a mindset and a mentality that Dan Campbell has. He wants his guys to have. He believes over time going for on these 4th downs will pay off. 4th
down and goal from the 4. Trips right, single man left. Goff will bring St. Brown in short motion, takes the snap, back to pass, rush coming, throws to the end zone, incomplete. And the Eagles turn away the Lions again. The Lions are 0 for 4 on 4th down, and they come away with nothing. St. Brown, the intended receiver, in the back of the end zone. Coverage by Jackson, all kinds of heat on Goff, and Philadelphia will take over their 7-point lead intact.
Excellent pressure. Hunt and Phillips met at the quarterback. Goff had to throw it. Wasn't even close. Nice coverage from Jackson on the end line.
5:10 to go, 3rd quarter. 13-6 Philadelphia. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Salute to Service is the year-round effort by the NFL and its charitable partners to honor, empower, and connect with our nation's service members, veterans, and their families. At this time each year, the NFL reinforces our support and gratitude to those who have served and to those who continue to serve. Visit NFL.com/salute to learn about the NFL's impact with its Salute to Service partners.
Get up to a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate with the purchase of select pairs of wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Ryan Radke, Ross Tucker here in the Grainger broadcast booth in Philadelphia. Game changers, count on Grainger for professional grade products, fast delivery, and free technical support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by to get what you need. 5:10 to go, 3rd quarter. Eagles 13, Lions 6. Well, a week ago, Dan Campbell took over play calling duties, and the Lions responded, scoring 44 points, racking up a season high 546 yards at Washington. But tonight, their offense has been stymied. 6 points. They are a combined 1 for 11 on 3rd and 4th down in the game. They continue to trail the Eagles 13-6. Eagles will start this drive with Hurts in the shotgun. He's got Barkley to his left. They're flipping the formation now. A.J. Brown is going to go wide to the right. They'll go with 3 receivers left, including Devontae Smith. Hurts a yard deep in the end zone, extends his hands toward the line of scrimmage, gets the snap, back to pass, looking right, throws right, and that one is out of bounds. He was looking for A.J. Brown. Rocky Yassin was in coverage, and that'll bring up 2nd down and 10. That is the 9th target tonight for A.J. Brown.
Not even close, by the way. He was very well covered, and the ball from Hurts was thrown out of bounds. Another instance where Brown needs to come back into Yassin's body and draw the pass interference. Should be noted, Ryan, that one of the reasons why you go for it in that situation for Dan Campbell is because if you don't get it, your opponent is way backed up. You get the value out of that if you get a 3 and out and get the ball back at midfield at worst.
Hurts takes the shotgun snap on 2nd and 10. Looks right, nothing there. Under pressure, rolling to his right, looking, throws down the field, and it is caught. Jahan Dotson makes the catch up at the 39, knocked out of bounds, and a penalty flag as well. There's a Lions defender down in the play. It's Brian Branch. The flag may be against him for a hit against the defenseless receiver.
They're talking about it. Was it to the head or neck area of a defenseless receiver? Boy, it was the top of his helmet right to Dotson's jaw. The question is whether or not Dotson had become a runner or was still defenseless. He caught the ball, took a step, turned upfield.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness. Defense number 32. That 15-yard penalty is in at the end of the play. First down, Philadelphia.
So, Ross, you give up a 35-yard completion when you've got the Eagles backed up, and Brian Branch is hurt. A secondary that, don't forget, is already without Kirby Joseph, missing his 4th straight game tonight with a knee injury.
And starting corner Terry and Arnold. That's a triple whammy for the Lions. You give up the big play, you get the penalty, and there's an injury on Branch.
Boy, what a perfectly thrown ball by Jalen Hurts, just over the outstretched arm of Amik Robertson into the hands of Jahan Dotson. Now, Branch was trying to come back into the huddle, but the officials say no. You were down on the field, you've got to leave for at least the play. The ball has been moved to the Detroit 47-yard line. So, in effect, a 50-yard play for the Eagles. First down and 10. They have a 13-6 lead. 4:47 to go, third quarter. Hurts will line up under center. Barkley is the single back. A.J. Brown split wide to the right. Here's the snap. Toss it to Barkley. Running right. Little stutter step move. Out toward the sideline. Turns the corner. And he's run out of bounds by Harper on the far side. We'll see where he stepped out. They're going to mark him out at the 41-yard line, so it'll be a gain of 6. That'll bring up second down and 4.
Really, really poor play by Derek Barnes, one of the linebackers for the Lions that rotates in. He read it right away, but he had inside-out help. He had Tyler Lacey, the DN, chasing. He needs to go hard at Saquon's outside thigh, outside shoulder, make Saquon cut it back into the cavalry. Can't let Saquon get the corner.
Second down 4. Hurts back in a play fake. Rush coming. He's in trouble, and he is going to be sacked. Boy, Jalen Hurts came out of that play fake, and he had all kinds of pressure. Roy Lopez was the first man there, and then Aiden Hutchinson was not far behind. It's going to go as a loss of 11 and set up 3rd and long.
Absolute disaster of a play for the Philadelphia Eagles. There appeared to be a miscommunication as to who was supposed to block Lopez. Eagles wanted to go play action pass. The Lions slanted the front. Eagles weren't expecting that, and the end result is a huge, huge loss of yardage.
They give Lopez the full sack. He had 3 sacks coming into the year. He's had 1.5 in the last 2 games. So now a 3rd down and 15. Shotgun snap to Hurts. Back to pass. He's looking, going deep down the left side for A.J. Brown. It's way overthrown and incomplete. Brown was covered up by Rock Yassin. And now on 4th down, that'll bring out Braden Mann and the punt team.
Once again, this time it's man-to-man coverage for A.J. Brown against Rock Yassin, and Brown's not able to get any separation. I mean, he's got to win on some of these.
So man to punt, Khalif Raymond waiting inside the 10. Man gets the snap, hits an end-over-end punt. Raymond moving to his left. He's got it at the 11-yard line. He'll run back to his right, avoids the first tackle, goes straight ahead, and he's out to about the 15-yard line. So it'll be about a 4-yard return for Raymond after a 41-yard punt, and we'll step aside. 2:57 to go, third quarter. Eagles 13, Lions 6. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you, too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Black Friday is happening now at the Home Depot, which means it's time to get your home ready for all your holiday moments and traditions.
Hi. Hey.
Right now, you can bring home holiday magic with our wide assortment of dazzling pre-lit trees under $99. Spend more time creating memories and less time assembling with Quick Connect technology that makes it easy to set up your new tree in a few clicks.
Wow.
Hurry in for Black Friday happening now at the Home Depot.
Our active duty service members, veterans, and military families give us their all. We can all give back to the military community. Bid on authentic, game-worn Salute to Service gear. The NFL Salute to Service partners receive 100% of all proceeds. Text STS BID to 635-635 to bid. 2:57 to go, third quarter. Eagles 13, Lions 6. Lions will start this drive at their own 15-yard line. Coming into the ball game tonight, the Lions are averaging over 31 points per game. However, in games they have played against teams not in the bottom 10 in scoring defense, they only average 22 points per game. So it comes down by 8 points per game against teams that have even been decent defensively. They've only managed 6 on the road here tonight in Philadelphia.
I really don't know, Ryan, whether the Lions should be up by a couple of scores or the Eagles should be. You know, I mean, the Lions with all the fourth down failed conversions, but the Eagles, they haven't really capitalized on it.
Two receivers right, single man left, 1st and 10. Goff under center, takes the snap, back on a play fake, rush coming, steps away, throws left sideline, incomplete. Through the hands of Amon-Ra St. Brown, Quinyon Mitchell was right on his back. That'll bring up 2nd down and 10, but Jared Goff facing pressure right away, right in his face from the veteran Brandon Graham.
Brandon Graham, the Detroit native in year 16, his second game coming out of retirement, getting pressure in the backfield. You know, the wind must be making it harder to complete passes because both teams are struggling at times.
Two receivers right, 2 stacked left. 2nd down and 10. Goff in the shotgun. Montgomery to his left. Here's the snap. Goff back. Looks. Fires down the middle. That one is tipped and incomplete. Off the hands of Isaac TeSlaa, and then Reed Blankenship made a diving attempt, but couldn't come up with it at the 35. It'll be 3rd down and 10.
Blankenship, usually when a guy catches a ball off a tip like that, they try to sell it a little bit more than Blankenship did. He knew he didn't catch it. That was like a delayed reaction. 3rd and very long. Eagles have been getting pressure with just a 4-man rush, so I'm not expecting pressure here.
Trips right, single man left. Goff back in the shotgun. Waits, gets the snap. Goff back to pass. Screen left side. Caught by Gibbs. Out to the sideline. Room to run across the 25. Over the 30. Cuts right 35. Out to the 40-yard line. Bounces off a tackle. Spins across the 45. All the way out to the 48. How about Jahmyr Gibbs again? They run the screen to the left. And Gibbs with open space takes off and does the rest. A gain of 33.
They ran it to the side of the rookie linebacker, Jahad Campbell, who had him in man-to-man coverage. Campbell was a step slow to see it, but then he needs to attack the outside. You know, the rest of your buddies are coming from the inside. You can't allow yourself to get hooked by the left guard there if you're Campbell.
1st and 10 from the Detroit 48. There's a toss play. Montgomery running right across the 50 out to the sideline. He goes low, and he's out of bounds near the Eagle 45-yard line. David Montgomery picks up 7. That'll bring up 2nd and 3. By the way, Jahmyr Gibbs, 5 catches, 107 yards in the game tonight. I feel like somebody said early, throw the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs.
As often as you can, give the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs. He is by far the most dynamic player out here. Now they're going to give him a blow. Looks like it's Montgomery back there, but then get Gibbs back in the game.
2nd down and 3. Montgomery is the single back. Goff under center, takes the snap, back on a plate fake, throws over the middle, but it's incomplete. Again, pressure in his face. DeJean was back there. Jalix Hunt was back there. Goff had to throw it down at the feet of the tight end Brock Wright. And now it'll be 3rd down and 3.
That really has been a theme for Goff tonight. It doesn't feel like he's been able to set his feet that often. He's not a mobile quarterback. You can say this about a lot of guys, but he doesn't operate as well when he doesn't have a clean pocket. So much of what they do is play action to give him that clean pocket.
Trips left, single man right on 3rd and 3 from the Philly 45. Goff in the shotgun, Montgomery to his right. Goff brings St. Brown in short motion from the left. Here's the snap. Goff back, looking right, pass batted down, incomplete. That's at least the 3rd time tonight the Philadelphia defensive line has batted one out of the air. We've seen Jordan Davis do it a couple of times. That time it might have been Jalen Carter.
It was Jalen Carter working against Ratledge, who's back out there, the rookie right guard. He was actually getting doubled, stopped, got hit in the left elbow. Stop me if you've heard this one before, Ryan. It's 4th down, and the Lions are going for it yet again.
0 for 4 on 4th down tonight. This is 4th and 3. 2 receivers stacked left, 2 right. Goff with the shotgun with Montgomery to his left. Goff gets the snap. Here comes the rush. Goff throws right side. Not even close. Incomplete. High and behind Amon-Ra St. Brown. And the Lions fail again. They are 0 for 5 on 4th down tonight. And the Eagles will take over with 1:15 to go in the 3rd. Ross, that had no chance.
And there wasn't even that much pressure. It was just outstanding coverage. Goff tried to force it to Amon-Ra St. Brown, and it was 4 yards behind him.
So the Eagles will take over at their own 45. And that long catch and run by Gibbs goes for naught. A reminder, you can watch NFL Network in Westwood. One announcer Kurt Warner, Sundays at 9 a.m. Eastern on NFL Game Day morning, only on NFL Network. First down and 10, Eagles at their own 45. Barkley is the running back in the pistol. Receivers left and right, wings to either side. Hurts takes the snap. He'll give it to Barkley. Jump cut out to the right hash. Looking for room, nothing there. Covers up the football and powers back to the line of scrimmage. Good job of the Lions to keep him hemmed in. Aleem McNeil was the first man there. No gain. That'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
Feels like if the Eagles could just somehow get a field goal, just get a second score to go up by 2 scores, that would be gigantic, but they just haven't had a whole lot of success moving the ball. Maybe they should take something out of the Lions playbook and throw the ball to Saquon Barkley in space.
Trips right, single man left, 2nd down 10. Hurts in the shotgun, Barkley to his left. Here's the snap. Hurts back, rush coming, swing it out, Barkley left side. Barkley, a high step move to the 50. He gets his legs chopped out at about the 48. There are multiple flags on the field. One came from the defensive secondary. The other came from behind the offensive line. Alex Kemp will give us the call.
Personal foul, low block, offense number 11. It's a 15-yard penalty, 2nd down.
So that'll go against A.J. Brown.
Well, he was running an in-breaking route. He must have just fallen.
Looks like that's exactly what happened, Ross, that he fell into the legs of Brian Branch.
He was falling. He did kind of spin his body around and almost leg whipped him. I think the call's okay. Even if he did fall, you can't come around in the spinning motion with a leg whip like that. Trust me, I know. I was a known leg whipper.
So that'll wipe out about an 8-yard catch and run for Barkley. Move it back to the Eagles' 37. 2nd down, 18, inside 10 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. The Eagles do not have to snap the ball if they don't want to, and it looks like they will not as the clock runs down to 0. And we have reached the end of the 3rd quarter here in Philadelphia with the score, the Eagles 13, the Lions 6. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Time now for the opening kickoff.
From kickoff to the final whistle, hear Westwood One's exclusive play-by-play of every primetime NFL game.
Great job pushing for the first down. That is the first down. First and goal at the 3.
NFL play-by-play lives on Westwood One.
In overtime, 4-man front, receiver in motion, low snap, he runs and he throws, caught, touchdown, it's caught.
Westwood One, the home of NFL play-by-play.
30, the 20, far side 10, touchdown.
Listen live on the Westwood One Sports app.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Don't miss all the NFL action this Thursday night on Amazon Prime Video when the Houston Texans meet the Buffalo Bills. Of course, you can also hear that game right here on many of these same stations on the Westwood One Sports app or online at westwoodonesports.com. How about the performance by Josh Allen today? The Bills win over Tampa Bay. 3 passing touchdowns, 3 rushing touchdowns. Big win for the Bills in that matchup against the Bucs.
And they needed it desperately. Coming off that loss to the Miami Dolphins, they needed Josh Allen to put on his Superman cape. He did. He did have that one bad interception early, but they were able to overcome it. The Bills are scratching and clawing just to stay with the Patriots there in the AFC. Not sure how many people expected that.
And remember, the Patriots already have a head-to-head win in Buffalo earlier this year on Sunday Night Football. Meanwhile, here in Philly, 15 minutes to go. Eagles 13, Lions 6. Eagles, again, have not done a whole lot offensively tonight, but their defense, again, has been magnificent. Eagles face a second down and 18 at their own 37. Hurts in the shotgun, Barkley to his left. 2 receivers right, single man left. Goddard, the tight end, goes in motion from left to right. Hurts will shift Barkley over to his left side. Here's the snap. Hurts back against the 4-man rush. He looks. He's hit from behind. Moves out to his left. He'll tuck it down and run across the 40. And he's bumped out of bounds by Jack Campbell on the far side. And again, the fans want a flag, but it certainly looked like Hurts was still in bounds. Campbell with a diving attempt went low, hit Hurts in the legs. They're going to mark him out, it looks like, at the 44-yard line. So it'll go as a gain of 7 for Jalen Hurts and bring up 3rd down and long.
Yeah, the fans don't like it. It's not a great visual, but it is a legal play by Campbell. Hurts was not out of bounds yet. There's nothing protecting him from a low hit as a runner.
So 3rd down and 11. Slot right, single man left. Hurts in the shotgun. Left foot in front of right, takes the snap. Back to pass, just a 3-man rush. Hurts looks right, nothing there. Looks left, nothing there. Now rolling out to his right, throws down the sideline, and A.J. Brown made the catch. Coming back to the football. Let's see where they're going to mark it. They're going to say he's just short of the line to gain. There is a penalty flag on the other side of the field, and it's against the Lions.
Brutal. If you're the Eagles, you take the penalty because you want the automatic first down. You don't have to go for it here on 4th and 2.
Before the pass holding, defense number 21. It's a 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
Well, that's against Amik Robertson, Ross, who otherwise has had a really terrific ball game tonight. But that's a big penalty.
It's a huge penalty. It's a really nice catch by A.J. Brown, too. It would have been 4th and 2. Would have been a very interesting decision for Nick Sirianni, a decision he's glad he doesn't have to make. Should be noted, there's not as much wind now, Ryan, but whatever little wind there is now at the Eagles' back. So they're probably about 15, 20 yards from being in field goal range with a chance to take a 2-score lead.
Eagles have it at their own 49, 1st down and 10. Hurts under center with Barkley, the running back. Hurts will turn, hand it off Barkley, running left, outside the numbers. Flags all over the place, across the 45 to the 40. And Saquon Barkley out of bounds. They'll mark him out at the Detroit 38. It's a run of 13, but it may be coming back. At least 2 flags down.
Holding, offense number 68. 10-yard penalty, first down.
That's Jordan Mailata, the left tackle. By the way, Lane Johnson has not returned to the game tonight. He did return last week in Green Bay late in the game, but he left early tonight with a foot injury. We have not seen him back on the field.
He has been ruled out. We won't see him back. It'll be Fred Johnson, and that was a blatant hold by Mailata. Alex Anzalone read the play. The linebacker was going to make the play. Mailata totally tackled him, and the Eagles once again hurting themselves with a significant penalty.
So they move it back to the 40, where it'll be 1st and 19. Here's the snap. Handoff. Bigsby running off the left side. He's out to the 45. They must have said that hold came a yard downfield, and that's why they moved it back to the 40. Run a 5 for Bigsby. It'll bring up 2nd down and 14 with the clock moving. 13:06 to go in the game. 13-6 Philadelphia. Now, you said you were known as a leg whipper. Were you also a hugger like Mailata was on that play?
No, I didn't hold. I mean, if I did hold, I was better at getting away with it than Mailata on that play. I don't know that I was known as a leg whipper. I just did it from time to time because I wasn't athletic enough to block guys normally in space.
Shotgun snap to Hurts. Blitz coming. Lobs it left side. Caught by Devontae Smith. Hit hard and knocked out of bounds around the Lions' 47-yard line. Arthur Millette, the veteran corner, made the tackle. Gain of 8. And now that'll bring up 3rd down. Now, wait a minute. You called yourself a known leg whipper. Then I called you that, and now you're trying to deny it. What is that about?
Known to myself as a leg whipper.
This is a really poor defense you're offering right now.
It's an empty set. Anytime the Eagles go empty set, you have to immediately alert quarterback draw. Lions keeping a linebacker right there in the middle.
Way to change the subject. 3rd down at 6. Hurts in the gun, gets the snap. There's the quarterback draw. Angles left, makes the man miss across the 40, out to the 35, and Anzalone brings him down. Well, Ross, you called it perfectly. They had the linebacker in the middle of the field. Hurts just made him miss, and he angles left and picks up 11 before Anzalone could make the tackle.
I am amazed that these teams aren't better prepared for when the Eagles go empty set quarterback draw. They had guys rushing upfield. The only linebacker in there, Derek Barnes, took a poor angle and was blocked by Cam Jurgens. Made it very easy on him.
From the Lions 36 now, 1st down and 10. Eagles trying to tack on to this 13-6 lead. They'll go empty with 3 receivers right, 2 left. Play clock down to 2. Now at 1. Hurts gets the snap. Back to pass. Rush coming. Hurts moving right. Throwing deep down the right side for Barkley. You didn't see it. It's over his head and out of bounds. Incomplete. Jack Campbell was in coverage. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
Again, just seeing the way the ball has come out of the hands of these quarterback at times, I think it's a tough night to throw the football. That was like a duck. Saquon was wide open. A better ball from Hurts. It's probably a touchdown. He also, by the way, could have run for a decent amount of yards. He had broken contain to that side.
Barkley will check out. Bigsby will check in. 4 carries, 34 yards for Tank Bigsby tonight. Slot right, single man left, 2nd down and 10 from the Lions 36 on the far side left hash. Hurts gets the shotgun snap. Back to pass. Rush coming. Hurts backing up, rolling to his right. He's going to throw this one incomplete. Jahan Dotson was in the neighborhood, but Hurts just trying to get rid of that one. Al-Quadin Muhammad was in there. Jack Campbell was in there. And now it'll be a 3rd down and 10 for Philadelphia. Keep the NFL in reach all season long with NFL Plus Premium. Sign up today at plus.nfl.com/radio. Terms and conditions apply.
All right, so 3rd and 10 from the, let's call it the 36.5. That's a 53.5-yard field goal. I would not be surprised if this is a called run or even quarterback run, quarterback draw to try to see, A, if you can break it, but B, give Jake Elliott a more manageable field goal.
2 receivers left and right. Hurts gets the shotgun snap. Blitz coming. Hurts fires right side of the slant. Caught by A.J. Brown. Down to about the 30-yard line. It's about 3.5 yards shy of the 1st down. Call it a gain of 6, and here comes Jake Elliott for the field goal try. This one will be about a 48-yard attempt for Elliott.
Terrific job at the catch point by Brown again. He doesn't get the separation that it seems like he used to, but those strong hands gives Elliott an excellent chance here to take a 2-score lead. There is a stronger wind again that Elliott will have to account for.
Officially a 49-yard attempt for Elliott. Here's the snap. Ball is down. The kick is on the way, and it is good. Elliott drills it right down the middle, and with 10:15 to go, the Eagle lead is 10. Philadelphia 16 and Detroit 6. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
If you own a business, chances are you pay your light bill because you want people to see that you're open.
So why wouldn't you look at advertising your business the same way?
At Cumulus West Michigan, we spend hours keeping Michiganders engaged. So doesn't it make sense to entrust your advertising with a station that has everybody's attention?
TheTicketMI.com/advertising connects your business with us, and our 8 stations connect you with nearly 250,000 weekly adult listeners.
Plus, we're digital experts too, working with over 4,000 local campaigns with unique capabilities, so you know the return on your investment. Go to theticketmi.com/advertising and learn how we can help.
If you're a local business, we want to partner with you. Nobody knows West Michigan better than us.
Better get an extra phone line. We will make that phone ring.
We'd love to build your business through endorsements.
Go to theticketmi.com/advertising to learn more.
If you're in need of a marketing partner that wants the best for your business, choose Cumulus West Michigan.
A Better Life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Do you take any supplements? And if so, why? If it's because your doctor told you to, that's great. But if you're pouring money down the drain in pursuit of a promise made on the side of a bottle, you are probably wasting your money. I recently sat down to talk supplements with Dr. Peter Cohen, who leads the supplement research program at Cambridge Health Alliance, part of Harvard Medical School. He had 3 main pieces of advice. Number 1, look for a stamp of approval from NSF International or U.S. Pharmacopoeia. Toss everything else, plain and simple. Number 2, look for single ingredient products. Otherwise, you might not know the ratio of one ingredient to the other, how fresh each one is, or the process by which they are blended together. And number 3, be skeptical of any claims. Seek out a reputable source if you're actually having problems. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
Let's check the attendance, find out how many people are in the house. Sponsored by Realtors. Buying a home can be a lot, but with the ethical expertise of a Realtor, you don't have to do it alone. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. 67,421 here tonight. Lions fans always travel well, and while there is certainly a smattering of Honolulu blue down there, I can tell you, at least in our primetime games, this is probably the fewest number of Lions fans I've seen on the road. I guess the Eagles fans not giving up the tickets with their team playing the way they are at 7-2.
I think a couple things. Number 1, Eagles fans, this is a big home game for them. They don't want to give up their tickets. Secondly, I think some Lions fans might have been wise enough to not wear Lions gear, although it's not what it used to be here.
End over end kick. Sailors has it deep, running across the 20-yard line up to the 25, runs into the back of his own man, stays on his feet, keeps churning forward, and forward progress will be stopped around the 28-yard line, so call it a 25-yard return. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Sunday Night Football.
WJRW Grand Rapids, W291 DJ Grand Rapids, a Cumulus media station, is the Ticket West Michigan.
Ryan Radke, Ross Tucker, the rest of our great Westwood One crew here in Philadelphia. 10:06 to go. Eagles 16, Lions 6. Lions will start this drive at their own 28, 1st and 10. 2 receivers right, single man left. Goff, it started in the shotgun, now walks up under center. Gibbs is the single back. Play clock at 1. Here's the snap. Give it to Gibbs. Running left. Gets outside the numbers. Turns the corner 35. Lowers his shoulder. And he's out of bounds all the way up at the 39. So Jahmyr Gibbs, another touch and a run of 11 yards. It'll be 1st down for Detroit. Ross, still plenty of time left in this game. But the way the Lions have struggled tonight, it feels like they need something here on this drive, doesn't it?
I would agree. And you know what they need? They've got the need for speed. And speed is Jahmyr Gibbs. You can't give him the ball too much here in these last 10 minutes. He has been by far their best weapon tonight.
Gibbs off to the right of Goff, who's in the gun. 2 receivers right, single man left. Goff waits, gets the shotgun snap. He's back to pass. Rush coming, steps up, hit as he throws, and it's incomplete. Goff able to get rid of that one at the feet of Brock Wright as he was being dragged down to the ground. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 10 with 9:25 to go. Jaylen Phillips again. I'll tell you what, Howie Roseman made that trade to bring Jaylen Phillips in from Miami. It's only 2 games for Phillips. This trade already looks brilliant.
No question, although it helps when you're basically unblocked. Ratledge, the right guard, and Penei Sewell on the right side, not on the same page as to what the blocking protection scheme was.
2nd down 10 from the 39. St. Brown will go in motion from left to right. Goff points out with his left hand. Play clock is at 2. Here's the snap. Goff back, looks right, throws right, and that is incomplete. Down at the feet of Amon-Ra St. Brown. That'll bring up 3rd and 10, and these are throws that Jared Goff just does not miss, Ross. 74% completion coming into tonight. Number 1 in the NFL. He has just not been on target in this game. 13 of 28.
And looking at the chatter on social media, Ryan, at Ross Tucker NFL, the consensus is that many people believe this is how Jared Goff performs outside in cold weather or inclement weather.
Quick snap here. Goff back to pass on 3rd and 10. Throws right side. Knocked down, incomplete. Trying to get it to St. Brown. Adoree Jackson closing ground. Slapped it away. And here comes Jack Fox to punt. Goff is 1 of his last 10.
Amon-Ra St. Brown is very frustrated, although in fairness on that play, that was a perfect pass from Goff. It was just better coverage from Adoree Jackson.
So Jack Fox on to punt. Xavier Gibson standing at the 15-yard line. 9:16 to go in the game. Here's the snap. Fox under no pressure, gets away. High wobbling kick. Fair catch signaled by Gibson, who gets run into. The ball takes a hop. He touched it. It's loose, and it's knocked out of bounds. Well, it looked like a lion was pushed into Gibson, who then tried to pick it up on a hop. It bounced away from him, but then was knocked out of bounds on the near side. Daniel Thomas was down there for Detroit. It's a 46-yard punt. And the ball out of bounds right around the 15-yard line. Very fortunate for Philadelphia. 9:06 remaining. Eagles have the ball in a 10-point lead. They're up 16-6. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you, too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios. Let's take a look at the Week 11 scoreboard. A lot of walk-off field goals today, including in Denver, where the Broncos beat the Kansas City Chiefs 22-19. Buffalo over Tampa Bay today in Buffalo 44-32. It was Baltimore with a win on the road at Cleveland 23-16. Pittsburgh over Cincinnati 34-12 the final. Jacksonville all over the Chargers today in Jacksonville 35-6. A walk-off field goal for Houston today in Tennessee as time expired. They beat the Titans 16-13. Walk-off field goal missed for Seattle from 61 yards out. Rams hold on for a 21-19 win over the Seahawks. San Francisco beat Arizona 41-22. It was Green Bay over the Giants 27-20. Chicago got a walk-off field goal. In Minnesota, they beat the Vikings 19-17. It was a walk-off for Carolina in overtime in Atlanta as the Carolina Panthers beat the Falcons 30-27. And it was a walk-off for Miami in overtime today in Madrid, Spain, as they beat Washington 16-13. We'll have all the highlights, details, and post-game reaction coming up when this one is done. For now, back to Lincoln Financial Field, Ryan and Ross.
All right, Scott, thanks very much. 9:06 to go. Eagles on top of the Lions, 16-6. Eagles have the football at their own 15-yard line, 1st down and 10. They'll line up in the pistol. Barkley is the back behind Hurts. Receivers left and right. Hurts looks over that Detroit defense, bends toward the line of scrimmage, extends his hands in front of him, takes the snap, holds it out, fakes to Barkley, rolls right, throws right. That's caught. Tight end Goddard out of bounds on the near side, all the way across the 30, up at the 32. So a quick pass to Dallas Goedert. It goes for 17 and a first down. Derek Barnes with the tackle.
Got to give Kevin Patullo, the Eagles' first-year offensive coordinator, some credit there. Everybody's thinking run. There's 9 minutes left in the game. You get a 2-score lead. Again, Derek Barnes being overzealous, thinking run, left his coverage responsibility for Goddard, who was wide open.
2 receivers left, 2 tight ends right. 1st and 10 Eagles at their own 32. Give it to Barkley this time, straight ahead, right hash. Gets out of an ankle tackle. And then is finally wrapped up by Anzalone at the 39. But that's going to be good for 7 for Saquon Barkley. And bring up a 2nd down and 3. And they actually gave him progress out to the 40, so call it a gain of 8.
It's funny, too, because you get to this situation. The Eagles don't do this very often, but they could just go ahead and run 2 quarterback sneaks here. 2nd and 2, 3rd and 1, 1st down. I know a lot of people listening and watching on TV would just love that.
I'm sure it'd be very popular. Receivers left and right on 2nd down and 2. Hurts under center. Barkley is the single back. Hurts changing something at the line of scrimmage. Takes the snap. Handoff Barkley. Running right into the backfield. Gets away from the first man. And able to get back toward the line of scrimmage. And then is brought down. They'll give him a yard to the 41. It was a heck of a job by Barkley just to get a yard. He was hit about 3 or 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage. And now it'll be 3rd down and 1, and I wonder if we'll see it here.
Once again, a lot of penetration on that play, which was not easy for Saquon Barkley. You're right. He did well to get to this point, and they're going to at least line up in tush-push formation.
So Hurts will go under center. Takes the snap, drives straight ahead. I don't know that he got there. They've got him short. He needed a full yard. He got about a half. Now it's 4th down. Now what do you do if you're Sirianni?
He's very, very close. My guess is they'll do it again if they still have him as short because of what they got there.
There is the official signal. It's 4th down. Yeah, he needed to get all the way to the 42. The ball is just short of that. And here come the Eagles lining up in the tush-push formation again. 4th down and inches. Hurts under center, goes to the hard count, and the Eagles move. For the 2nd time tonight, it'll be a false start.
Offense number 80. 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
Ross, that's Darius Cooper, the undrafted free agent from Tarleton State. He was lined up in the backfield. He came out of his stance. And now Philadelphia will punt with 6:25 to go.
You know, there's an old saying about rookie players, and for every rookie you got out there, it's going to cost you a game. I don't know if that mistake by Cooper is going to cost him a game, but that's one of the reasons why coaches don't like to have rookie players out there. Mental errors, big spots like that.
So Raymond back to return. Braden Mann will hit a high short punt. Raymond racing up is going to let this bounce inside the 25. Takes an Eagles bounce inside the 20. And that one will roll dead just inside the 15-yard line. And that's where the Lions will be with 6:14 to go after a 48-yard punt. Philadelphia still up 10. They lead the Lions 16-6. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Salute to Service is the year-round effort by the NFL and its charitable partners to honor, empower, and connect with our nation's service members, veterans, and their families. At this time each year, the NFL reinforces our support and gratitude to those who have served and to those who continue to serve. Visit NFL.com/salute to learn about the NFL's impact with its Salute to Service partners.
Your business has goals, and you need the right team to help get you there. Don't cross your fingers and just hope quality candidates see your job posting. With Indeed-sponsored jobs, you can skip the waiting game and match with the talent that actually matters for your business. Plus, with Indeed-sponsored jobs, there are no monthly subscriptions, and you only pay for results. Don't leave hiring to chance. Hire better and work better with Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Ryan Radke, Ross Tucker here in the Grainger broadcast booth in Philadelphia. Draw up a winning play with Grainger, offering supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger will help your business cross the goal line. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Well, 6:14 to go. Lions with the ball, but they trail 16-6. Change up front for the Lions. Graham Glasgow, the center, is not on the field, so Tristan Colon, who was in earlier at right guard, is going to start this drive at center for the Lions, it appears.
Tristan Colon is playing the role I played most of the time in the league. Although now I think Glasgow is back.
You're right.
There.
Colon was out there. He just ran off, and Glasgow came back in. So Glasgow will stay in the game here. Colon had been out with the offense and was actually warming up. But now Glasgow is in. 1st and 10 from the 15. Goff under center, takes the snap, fakes the handoff, rolling right, throws the screen back to the left, and he throws it behind Gibbs and out of bounds. It was a forward pass. That'll bring up 2nd and 10. Nolan Smith applied the pressure, and the struggles for Jared Goff continue. He is now 13 of 30 in the game.
He had to try to throw it behind Gibbs a little bit because Nolan Smith, the edge rusher to that side for the Eagles, read the screen and was basically in the throwing lane. So I'll give Goff a little bit of a pass for that one. But I'm telling you, the ball is not coming out of his hand the right way with that gloved hand.
2 receivers right, single man left, 2nd down and 10. Raymond in motion from left to right, shotgun snap, Goff back to pass, looking under pressure, steps up, good way, throws, batted down, incomplete. Jordan Davis again. Got a paw up there to swat it away. It'll be 3rd and 10. That is 5 deflections tonight by the Eagle defensive line. 3 from Davis. Carter's been in there. My goodness.
You know, maybe the best thing Goff has done tonight is avoid sacks. You know, Ajomo was right there, and Goff was able to make him miss. That's not really Goff's cup of tea. 3rd and 10. He has not been able to drive the football tonight. He's going to have to do it here.
Trips right, single man left. Goff waits, gets the shotgun snap. Back to pass. Goff looking with time. Steps up, throws down the middle. Wide open Williams at the 35. Cuts right to the 40. Spins out of a tackle and will be brought down at the 42. So Jared Goff does drive the ball down the field to a wide open Jamison Williams. It's a gain of 27. Reed Blankenship with the tackle.
He had lots of time on that one, and the Eagles went with a zone coverage. Jamison Williams was wide open in the middle of the field there against that zone coverage.
1st down and 10, Lions from their own 42. Goff under center, Montgomery the single back, clock moving, 5:25 to go. Lions have all 3 timeouts. Here's the snap. Goff back on a play fake. Rush coming, throws left, incomplete. Trying to get it to Gibbs, who had room to run, but again, pressure right in the face of Jared Goff. Had to throw it sooner than he wanted, out of the reach of Gibbs. It'll bring up 2nd and 10.
Absolutely had the right idea to try to throw it to Gibbs on a crossing route against Nakobe Dean. Gibbs would have gone a long way had he caught it, but Jalix Hunt, the edge rusher, was not fooled at all by the bootleg action. He was on Goff as soon as he whipped his head around.
2nd down, 10. 2 receivers left, single man to the right. Goff motioning with his left hand, play clock down to 5. Here's the snap, blitz coming, Goff throws, batted down again! And it's Jalen Carter this time. Carter and Davis have just wreaked havoc in the passing game.
That's at least 2 for Carter. I think 3. 3 for Davis. 9 altogether for the Eagles. This is wild. I mean, this is stuff you just don't see very often between the lack of 4th down conversions, the batted balls. This has been ugly, ugly offense for a typically dynamic Detroit team.
Shotgun snap, Goff back to pass on 3rd and 10. Blitz coming, throws deep down the right side, not close. Well over the head of Jahmyr Gibbs, covered by Nakobe Dean. And on 4th down, Dan Campbell says send the punt team out there. And now you can see frustration not just from the Detroit players, but from the head coach as well, as Campbell kind of swatted his hand out there saying, get out there and kick it away.
Well, he's frustrated because he likes to go for it on 4th down. 4th and 10, you really could be ending the game. I can make an argument either way. He might also be frustrated. How about the coverage from Nakobe Dean, who's known as being a slow linebacker? He was right there with Gibbs.
Jack Fox the punt. Xavier Gibson waiting outside the 10. Here's the snap and the kick, kind of a low wobbler. Gibson will call for a fair catch. He's got it at the 20-yard line. And that's where the Eagles will start 1st and 10 with 5:06 to go in the game, leading 16-6. From jerseys to tailgating must-haves and more fan favorites, find everything you need to gear up for the game at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Well, we've talked so much about Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter, and now you're talking about Nakobe Dean. What do all these guys have in common? Well, they went to a school that's known for defense. They all played for the Georgia Bulldogs. The Eagles have 7 defensive players from Georgia on their 2D.
No wonder Georgia won the national championship back-to-back years.
I want to know what Eagle scout has just posted up down there in Athens. He's finding all these guys to draft. 2 receivers right, 2 tight ends left. Shotgun snap to Hurts. He'll hand off to Barkley on 1st down. Running left to the numbers. And he's dragged down by Derek Barnes after a short gain of 2. That'll bring up 2nd down and 8. Clock continues to roll. Inside 5 minutes to go. Again, the Lions do have all 3 of their timeouts.
So it's interesting. It looks like Brett Toth is down there at center right now. Juergens had missed the last couple games with a knee injury, the starting center for the Eagles. The blue tent is up. I'm not sure if Juergens is in it or not, but the Eagles are now down 2 starting offensive linemen to try to close this game out. Toth is in at center, Fred Johnson at right tackle.
2 receivers out to the right on 2nd down and 8. Hurts back in the shotgun, takes the snap. He'll hand it off. Barkley again, runs left, breaks through the initial line of scrimmage, drives his legs, and falls forward out to the 29. So a good run there by Barkley. Gain of 7. Brian Branch the tackle. But now the Eagles with a 3rd down and 1. And they will not have to snap this ball until the game clock is inside of 4 minutes.
And it's again a full yard. Less than a yard. They love the tush push. This is a full yard. I got to tell you, I still think I'd run it and then maybe run it again on 4th down, although they're probably hesitant to give this Detroit offense any type of momentum.
Eagles do line up in that tush-push formation. Barkley is right behind Hurts, who takes the snap, drives ahead. This is going to be close. Needed the 30, the official running in from the far side. I think he's marking him short again.
It's a very, very difficult play to spot. That is the issue.
Of course, the Lions saying 4th down, and it is 4th down. They did not get to the 30. Boy, now if you're Nick Sirianni, I mean, if you run and don't get this, you are leaving the Lions with outstanding field position. The Eagles' offense is staying out there.
Well, this is less than half a yard. This is usually their bread and butter. They also are letting the clock go all the way down, which they should.
Yeah, Nick Sirianni will take time out with exactly 3 minutes to go in the game. And the Eagles on top by a score of 16-6. Come to TurboTax in person. Meet experts powered by SmartTech. Get help, get confidence, get your taxes done for you. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. All right, Ross, let me put you in Nick Sirianni's seat. What do you do if you're Nick Sirianni here? You got a 10-point lead, 3 minutes to go, 4th and a half yard.
You know, I got to tell you, I try to get them with a hard count, and if it doesn't work, I punt it. The defense is just playing too well, and Goff has been so bad, I am not giving them the ball at the 30-yard line. It's a 2-score lead, maybe with a 1-score lead, but not with a 2-score lead.
Eagles line up in the tush-push formation. Hurts takes the snap, drives ahead. I don't know. I don't think he got it. He only needed a half yard. I don't think he advanced the ball at all. The Lions certainly don't think so. They're celebrating. And the initial signal is there. It is Lions football with 2:54 to go. They will have it inside the Philadelphia 30. The Eagles fail on back-to-back tush pushes.
Incredible job by the Lions defensive line. They beat the left guard, Landon Dickerson, to the punch, and they got underneath Landon Dickerson, who's typically the key on that play.
Boy, Ross, you just talked about what a tough play that is to spot. I was looking at the replay. I think the officials got it absolutely right. He needed to get the 30. He did not advance that ball to the 30-yard line. So now the Lions take over. 2:57 to go. All three of their timeouts. Down by 10. Goff in the shotgun. Gibbs to his right. Two receivers stacked left. Teslaw, single man. Or two receivers to the right. Teslaw, single man out to the left. Goff wants the shotgun snap. He's got it. Fakes the toss to Gibbs. Back to pass. Under pressure. Spins out to his left. Throws down the field incomplete. Trying to get it to Jamison Williams. The throw was behind him. That'll bring up 2nd and 10. Injury update for the Lions. Khalif Raymond was put on a cart and taken back to the locker room, so the Lions' third receiver is not out there. That's why Teslaw is in the ball game now.
Teslaw, the third-round pick, was just fantastic in the preseason for the Lions. They really like him. But again, as a rookie, do you trust him in these spots?
Gibbs and Montgomery both in the game. Gibbs will line up in the right slot. Montgomery in the backfield to the left of Goff. 2nd down 10 from the Philly 29. Shotgun snap. Blitz coming. Montgomery couldn't pick it up. Goff is sacked. Lost the football. They're going to say he was down. Alex Kemp, the referee, signals that Goff was down, but all the way back at around the 37-yard line. Nakobe Dean came sprinting through. David Montgomery collided with him, but Dean shoved Montgomery right back into Goff.
What a bull rush from Nakobe Dean, who's having an incredible night. And it is crazy to me how much time the Lions are letting go on this clock. Ever since the fumble by Goff, it's been tick, tick, tick.
Loss is 7. It's 3rd and 17. We're down to 2:08 to go. Shotgun snap. Goff back to pass. Plants his feet. Looks. Throws down the middle of the field. And it's nearly intercepted. Sailed over the head of Amon-Ra St. Brown. Reed Blankenship was the closest man to it. And now the Lions will have one final gasp on 4th and 17. Cooper DeJean actually got a fingertip on that one.
4th and 17 with the struggles that Goff has had to drive the football. You know, this is one, I don't think the Eagles will do it, but you could come with a big-time pressure and force Goff to have to throw the ball early and then make the tackle.
The Lions are 0 for 5 on 4th down, and now Nick Sirianni is going to take a timeout. That'll leave the Eagles with 1. He wants to make sure that his defense is all on the same page here before this 4th down play.
So 4th and 17, if you bring, 5, 6 guys, Goff's going to have to get rid of it quickly. He's not going to have time to drive the ball down the field. The problem is you only have man-to-man coverage after that, right? So they're going to have to make the tackle, or they're going to come out and kick the field goal now.
Wow.
With Bates. That's an interesting decision by Dan Campbell. I think the right one, given the odds of converting on 4th and 17, you're better off trying to make this field goal right here and make it a one-score game. I agree with this choice by Dan Campbell, and I wonder if Sirianni regrets the timeout.
Now, the wind has died, but this is the same direction where Bates missed a 48-yard PAT in the first half. This will be a 54-yard field goal. Snap, spot. Bates' kick is on the way, and it is good. So Bates sends that one right down the middle, and the field goal pulls the Lions to within 7. It's Philadelphia 16, Detroit 9. We have reached the 2-minute warning now, as that took the clock down to 1:58 to go in the game. Now, the Lions have all 3 timeouts. So the move there by Campbell, kick the field goal, get within 7. You can use the timeouts to get the ball back and give yourself an opportunity. Interesting, Ross. I don't know that decision would have been the same in the first half, the way the wind was going. It has definitely died down And that time Bates was able to knock it through right down the middle.
And I'm wondering what Dan Campbell would have done if Sirianni didn't call timeout. They had the offense out there. Would he have called timeout and then kicked the field goal? That would have been an advantage for the Eagles that the Lions would have already had to use a timeout.
Yeah, no doubt. That is a great question. Now the Lions still with a chance to get the ball back. Now, the way we just saw the Eagles play, Ross, as aggressive as they were, I wouldn't think you're going to see Philadelphia just line up and run it 3 times, but I don't know. What do you think in this situation?
Well, last week on Monday night, they did run it on first down in a similar situation, but then to make sure on second and third, they went ahead and they threw it, and they didn't take as much time off the clock as they should have. I think because the Lions have those 3 timeouts, the Eagles will be aggressive to try to get a first down.
And again, if the conditions were the same as the first half, maybe you would think just run the ball 3 times because you don't think you're going to give up a long field goal in the wind, but the way the conditions have changed maybe alters the thinking. Bates with the kickoff. End over end boot. Gibson backing up into the end zone. He'll let it bounce. And it goes all the way through the back of the end zone for a touchback. And that will give the Eagles the ball at the 35-yard line.
And all of a sudden now we're getting flurries here. Snow flurries. I had no idea that was even potentially in the forecast. So with 1:58 left, 1 first down for the Eagles puts them in a very, very good position.
Cam Jurgens is back in the locker room, so Brett Toth remains at center. The Eagles will start this drive on the near side right hash. 1:58 to go. They lead 16-9. Lions have 3 timeouts. Eagles looking for a first down.
Again, winning time, Ryan, a lot of times means Jalen Hurts design runs.
2 receivers left. Hurts in the shotgun with Barkley to his left. Here's the snap. Handoff Barkley running right. Has a crease. Lions able to close it down. Yassine and Anzalone together on the stop. That'll go as a gain of about 4.5. The Lions will take time. With 1:53 to go, Ross, when Saquon Barkley got that ball, I thought he might be out the gate.
There was a huge hole, and it's a nice job by Yassine. It was a missed block by Calcaterra. If Calcaterra gets Yassine, I don't know if he goes all the way, but I certainly think he gets at least the first down.
Log on to WestwoodOneSports.com every weekday during the NFL season for a brand new episode of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Listen at your convenience at WestwoodOneSports.com/Ross Tucker.
I think I'm actually going to record tomorrow's episode tonight here from the stadium. Let the traffic dissipate a little bit.
Don't give away all the secrets. 5-yard gain to the 40, 2nd down and 5. 1:55 to go. Hurts in the shotgun, takes the snap. Handoff Barkley again, patiently waiting for a hole. Doesn't find one, but is able to fall forward to about the 42-yard line. So 2 yards for Barkley. Campbell was in there on the stop. Lions spend their 2nd time out with 1:49 showing on the game clock. The copyright of tonight's broadcast on Westwood One is owned by the NFL on behalf of its member clubs. All rights to this broadcast are reserved, and any rebroadcast, recording, retransmission, or any other use of this broadcast without the express written permission of the National Football League is strictly prohibited. Sorry, Ross, 2 seconds back on the clock, 1:51 to go now.
Okay, the Eagles on this play, I don't know if they're going to go empty set, but remember the quarterback draw. Barkley in the backfield right now. If it's a pass and it's not open, you'd like to see Hurts try to get some yardage or just take a sack.
3rd down and 3. Shotgun snap, and we've got whistles and a false start. And that's going to take Philadelphia to a 3rd and 8.
Number 74, 5-yard penalty. There's no 10-second runoff. The clock was not running.
That's Fred Johnson, who was in there for Lane Johnson. So now, from a 3rd and 3 to a 3rd and 8.
And that is a world of difference. It's a totally different place on the play caller's sheet. And Fred Johnson saw Anzalone sneak up into the A-gap. He saw that movement and I think thought it was the snap.
The Eagles need the 45 for a first down. Hurts in the shotgun, Barkley to his left. 2 receivers left, single man right. Hurts, hands in front of his belt, gets the snap. He's back to pass. Hurts looking, throws right side for A.J. Brown. Incomplete, and a flag comes in. Pass interference is coming against Yassine, and that is going to put Philadelphia in a spot to win the game.
Wow.
Pass interference, defense number 23. Ball's placed in spot and foul. First down.
Definitely a lot of contact. We've seen them let a lot of contact go tonight. This time the flag comes out, and the Eagles have a first down with 1:47 to go. The Lions with just one timeout left. Ross, what'd you think of the call?
You do not see that very often. Game-ending pass interference. That said, Yassine multiple times had grabbed A.J. Brown's arm earlier in the game.
Two receivers left, two tight ends right, ball at the 45-yard line. Here's the snap. Handoff Barkley, jump cut to his left. And Barkley gets back to the line of scrimmage. The Lions will spend that final timeout now with 1:42 to go. It'll bring up second down and 10.
Really don't like the Eagles calling the run there out of gun in that situation. You know, there's just not that many runs that they have out of the shotgun. So the Lions are anticipating inside zone away from the offset back in Barkley. I actually thought Yassine had two other plays earlier in the game where he grabbed A.J. Brown's arm worse than that, and they didn't call it.
So no timeouts now for Detroit. 1:43 on the game clock. Second down and 10. Hurts again will line up in the shotgun. Barkley to his left. Here's the snap. Handoff Barkley. Runs along the right hash and runs into the waiting arms of Campbell at the 47. It's a gain of 2. That'll bring up third down and 8, but the Lions cannot stop the clock. Down to 90 seconds to go in the game. And the Eagles, of course, will let all of this run down. Philadelphia does have one timeout left.
You know, I'm very surprised they called that pass interference. And I know you should call it the same all game, Ryan, but they almost never call that in that situation. You know why? They don't want to be the thing that everybody's talking about tomorrow. Right. They don't want to decide the game. I'm a little surprised they didn't call him earlier, and then they call that one.
Nick Sirianni will spend his final timeout. 57 seconds to go before third down and 8. Yeah, that, looking at the replay, Ross, I would say there's no doubt by the letter of the law that is pass interference. However, I do feel like throughout the game that's something that they have let go, the hand fighting between receiver and defensive back.
They have let it go all game. So if you're going to let it go all game, you can't call it there. That's the bigger issue.
Right.
They've been letting that go all game, and then they call it in that situation. You know, when you're a player, you just want consistency.
Right.
You know, if you're Rocky Yassine there, you're saying, guys, you've been you know, that's like when they called me for hold one time, Ryan. I said, that's the first time in the last 5 plays I didn't hold. What have you been watching?
Third down and 8 from the 47. Hurts in the shotgun, Barkley to his left. Here's the snap. Hurts will hand it off. Barkley off the right side, cuts it up to the 50, spins out of a tackle and has the first down. Saquon Barkley puts the Eagles in the win column as he picks up the first down, an 8-yard run to the Lions 45, and the Philadelphia Eagles will pick up win number 8. They will go to 8-2 with a 16-9 win over the Detroit Lions tonight. One more snap will put it in the books.
And that time, Grant Calcaterra on that play did make his block on Anzalone at the point of attack, which was exactly what the Eagles needed.
So Jalen Hurts will line up under center in victory formation, takes the snap, drops to a knee, and this one is over. The Philadelphia Eagles move to 8-2 on the season. They pick up a 4th consecutive win, their 14th win in their last 16 regular season games, 24th win in their last 27. With a touchdown victory tonight over the Detroit Lions, who fall to 6-4 on the year, now 2-3 in their last 5 games. And Ross, another game tonight, not exactly a work of art for the Eagles offense, but they did enough And that Philadelphia defense was just terrific tonight, holding Detroit down 9 points in this game for the Lions.
Absolutely incredible performance by the Eagles defensively. And talking with some of their coaches before the game, they told the players it's going to be ugly sometimes, like it was Monday night in a 10-7 victory over the Green Bay Packers. But that's okay. This is another example of the Eagles not playing all that well offensively, yet they still win the game, which I would take as a good sign if you're an Eagles offensive player.
Look, at the end of the season, they don't ask how. They just ask, did you win? And the Philadelphia Eagles win again here tonight, moving to 8-2 on the season.
Nobody ever 3 weeks from now goes back and says, yeah, but you know what? They didn't score that many points.
Right, exactly.
In those games.
Well, the Eagles will go to Dallas next week. They've got that Black Friday game then against Chicago, which is suddenly looking like a massive game in the NFC. Another win tonight against the NFC North. Since Nick Sirianni took over as head coach, the Philadelphia Eagles are 11-0 against the NFC North, including 3-0 against the Detroit Lions.
And when you start to think big picture, number 1 seed, LA Rams, Seattle Seahawks, this was a massive, massive win for the Eagles and really a tough loss for the Lions.
Yeah, certainly felt like the Lions had their opportunities tonight in situations they normally convert, but unable to do it tonight against this Eagles defense, and give them credit. The big guys up front were terrific. We saw Carter and Davis knocking balls down. Cooper DeJean got a pick early in the game, and he joins us now from down on the field. Cooper, Ryan Radke, Ross Tucker upstairs. Congratulations on the win. I was just talking about it. You were involved early getting it going on the defensive side. How were you guys able to keep this Lions offense so off balance throughout the game?
Yeah, I mean, we knew it was going to be a tough, hard-nosed game. We knew they wanted to come in and run the ball. So that was the main key, stop the run at first, and then take care of things in the passing game. You know, we gave up a few explosives, but, you know, it's a bend, don't break, mindset. We got them down. They were down in the red zone a couple times. We were able to get off the field. So just, proud of the guys. You know, we finished drives.
Coop, speaking of mindset, what was the mentality on all those fourth down attempts from the Lions tonight?
Yeah, we knew they were going to come in, and that's who they are. You know, they like to go for it on fourth down. Just get off the field. Really is the mindset. Just keep playing that extra play, and that's what we did.
Let's talk about the defensive line. Not only was Jaylen Phillips